Hello. I know usually there's like some background music to play. Unfortunately, there is not for this one. So, yeah. Awkward. I'm assuming I was trying to check the sound levels before I went to go ahead and play this, but yeah, no luck. I didn't want to get too far into it and then can't go from there. I gotta replay everything. I don't feel like doing that. So I decided to just leave it here at the start because apparently there is like a few disclaimers, quote unquote. So yeah. Anyway, the game is set in a Omegaverse universe where every individual is born with not only a primary gender but also a secondary gender, alpha, beta, or omega. The secondary genders shape everything from social dynamics and interpersonal relationships to biology and legal systems. Please note the game includes themes such as social discrimination, male pregnancy, and mind-altering elements for breath, heat, and pheromones. You'll discover more about this world as you play in the game You're an Omega. Oh, that's fun. The characters look handsome, which is honestly why I played it. Tosa, should I say? Warnings and story. Now, this is the demo. So, I'm assuming it's not going to be anything really crazy, but yeah. Here's the disclaimer. It's a picture of blood and serious injury, mentions of animal hunting. So, if this isn't something you're interested in, feel free to leave. Ah! Okay, anyhow, let's start. So we do left body. That's interesting. Would be nice if we could hear some music. We'll just, 10 days left until your wedding. Oh, there's the music. Hooray! Anyway, winter. Not exactly your favorite season. Though you've always found it soothing to watch snowflakes slowly fall and evaporate against the warm glass of the window, you were never one of those children eager to rush outside for snowball fights or to build snowmen. So when your nanny said your overprotective parents wouldn't allow it because of your frail health, you didn't feel particularly disappointed. Now there's no one left to enforce such rules, and that's one of the reasons winter was so sorrowful for you. Your father was never much interested in winter sports, but you couldn't resist your mother's persistence. That persistence ultimately cost them their lives when the ice on the frozen lake suddenly gave way beneath them while they skated. Just got to a skating rink. By the time they were pulled from the water, it was too late for anything to be done. As you touch their gravestones, even through your gloves, you can feel the freezing cold of the marble. It's already been 5 years since you lost them. Mother, Father, I miss you so much. We look so medieval. If only there were a way to stop that accident, to turn back time. Anytime they say, oh, I wish this never happened, it's always going to be something crazy that happens. But that's impossible. Anyway, I brought you some beautiful flowers. You carefully place the white lilies on the grave, speckled here and there with patches of snow. The harsh snowflakes sting your face. Apparently I can't read. Threatening to bury the flowers completely under the white blanket before long. Whee! Feeling the need to leave soon, you cast one last glance at the grave. Okay. And in the blink of an eye, the white lilies are no longer white, but soaked in vivid crimson blood, seeping from the grave itself. What? Your heartbeat quickens, and your breath forms a white mist that clouds your vision. Even so, the red is so intense that it overwhelms you and your head spinning, your knees buckle. I got my drawing pen, and I knocked it over the tablet. Whips. Just as you're about to collapse, a strong arm catches you by the shoulder. Do we not have like a butler or something? Apparently our frail health is not helping us. Oh, the music's started. Turning your gaze, you find Tristan standing behind you. Okay. Well, there's my answer. That's what I was about to say. These folks are clearly rich. And clearly we need a nurse, so I guess I called that one. Well, like, anyway, that's me. I was looking at, like, they kind of show off the characters before you download the game to give you a sense of the love interest. So there's supposed to be two love interests, question mark, two possible endings, I think it was. I don't forgot. But I think it's supposed to be day 1 and day 2. So I think this is supposed to be day 1, and then we'll meet day 2 soon. But there's another one with like red hair. His attentive eyes shift between you and the grave, as though trying to discern the source of your distress. There's no trace of alarm or confusion in his demeanor. He's a butler. I would expect that. Frantically, you glance back at the grave. And apparently, they're so short. You disappear behind your butler. The lilies are as white as when you left them. No trace of the blood remains. Are you alright, my lady? Is something the matter? I'm fine, Tristan. Just a little dizzy. That's all. So then, a fleeting hallucination. You can't exactly say it's the first time. You've never fully recovered since losing your family. You must have been affected by the cold. For a moment, you can't help but feel uneasy at the way his gaze sharpens, as if he's aware of what you're thinking. Now is certainly not the time to meet with another new doctor who promises to cure you with their sedatives. Thankfully, the familiar steadiness in his voice soon puts you at ease. Shall we head back to the carriage? My lady, please hold onto me tightly. With Tristan's help, you make your way out of the eerily silent cemetery into the carriage waiting for you. When returning to the manor, the roads may be icy. Drive carefully. I'm assuming they're talking to the driver? Is the butler not driving? Is that just like black butler aesthetics where the butler is like doing everything, or like, I don't know. I guess so. The coachman nods quickly and takes his seat. Everyone seems eager to leave this place. Everyone except you. Your attention is momentarily distracted by the stark white of the gloves covering Tristan's outstretched hand as he helps you step into the carriage. White lilies were your mother's favorite. You recall how she'd always pick the most beautiful ones from every bouquet and tuck it into your hair with a smile. But after that hallucination, perhaps it's best to choose a different flower for your wedding bouquet. You don't want to falter at the altar and embarrass yourself in front of everyone. My lady, if you could hurry. I think I dropped my handkerchief at the grave. Feigning a flustered expression, you press your hand against your bag. The handkerchief is right there. If we leave a message with the caretaker, it should reach the manor within a few days. Oh, but it was a gift from Oscar. You notice a momentary pause in Tristan's expression, unaccustomed as he is to hearing you mention your fiancé's name so openly. I'll fetch it quickly. I'll fetch it immediately, my lady. Please wait in the car. In the warmth. This doesn't look like it's keeping you warm. No, let's go together. Well, we're talking about Oscar, and I have a feeling he already knows that we're trying to look at the gravestone one more time, so... Oh. Perfect. Okay, that works. I have to remember that every time I mistakenly hit the right button, that's going to always go for the save. Well, I saved it, so we'll figure out if there's a different ending. Oscar's gift is important to me. For a fleeting moment, his eyes seem to darken, but it's gone almost as soon as it appears. Based on the impression you've gathered during Oscar's spirit visits to the mansion, you are aware of the obvious tension between your butler and your fiancé. Is someone jealous? Hold on. Okay, actually, this might have been a very good pick. Let's continue. That's why the sudden change doesn't surprise you. You know, Tristan, known for his calm demeanor and logical approach, isn't exactly pleased with your request. But refusing you isn't an option. As my lady wishes, if you'll excuse me. Without waiting for a reply, he adjusted the loosened collar of your coat with a practical air. Unlike you or the coachman, he seems completely unaffected by the cold. You got my hair ready. Let me stop. In moments like these, you can't help but wonder if he truly is. Once he's finished, Tristan turns to the coachman. Keep the horses ready. The horses probably want to get out of the cold, not gonna lie, but I might be wrong. The coachman's silent nod betrays his discontent. But whatever the case, you're certain he'd rather be anywhere than in Tristan's place. The sudden and violent gust of wind forces you to cling tightly to Tristan, relying on his strength and warmth as much as you can. When you reach your family's grave, nothing appears out of the ordinary at first glance. We must move quickly, my lady. The weather is worsening. You know, he's more concerned about you than himself because he's fine. And I mean that in a literal sense, both ways. He's fine and he's fine. Thank you. You can't help but silently berate yourself for your impulsive decision. Perhaps it really is time to meet with a new doctor. The handkerchief isn't here. Let's go back. Wait a moment, Tristan. What's this flower? Who tore up the... Hello? Okay. Amidst the bouquet of white lilies you left on the grave, so easily scattered by the wind, one vibrant red flower stands out. As he pulls it free, Tristan's eyes narrowly slightly. It appears to be a crimson lily, my lady. The hallucination you saw earlier flashes vividly in your mind, sending a shiver down your spine. But what's it doing here? It was likely mixed in by mistake when the bouquet was prepared. He reached for the crimson lily in his hand and examined it closely. It's identical to the white lilies you selected for your family, except for its color. I feel like if you have an entire bouquet of white lilies, like a bouquet isn't small. Like it is a good handful, and with the one random discolored flower, you wouldn't notice that in the bunch. But maybe I'm not an expert in flower picking, because I never actually picked flowers besides like the fake ones. Just saying. Oh no, I remember the bouquet perfectly. This isn't possible. In that case, perhaps it was blown here by the wind from another grave. Look, all the flowers on that grave over there are red. Curiosity and determination compel you to rise on your tippy toes, trying to see the grave Tristan is pointing out. Grab her up and lift her. Arise! Indeed, on a snowy hill there are red specks, but you're not as convinced as Tristan that they're the same flower, or even flowers at all. At that moment, your careless stance catches up with you and your foot slips. In a desperate attempt to keep it falling, you grab onto Tristan's coat and tear it down. Actually, no, that's not doing that. For the first time, you manage to catch him off guard. Typically, as typical, rigid posture wavers and he leans towards you. You find his face suddenly sternly close to yours. Though his lips remain perfectly composed, his golden eyes flicker with an unusual, unreadable glimmer. Oh goodness. If it's important to you, my lady, I can inspect every grave here one by one. No, it's too cold out here. Your entire body heats with mortification, enough to make you momentarily forget the cold. With his help, you manage to regain your balance once more. I don't know if these are important, but I'm probably going to be saving at like every single one. On the contrary, we're not going to check the graves because, come on, be for real. It is winter. We're not trying to be out here. Plus, the coachman is still out there. POV, they drive off without us. No, it is not important. You've been foolish. There's no way you'll truly believe the white lilies you left behind have changed color. As you take Tristan's offered arm, you feel something new. Embarrassment mixed with unease. These feelings stay with you until you settle into the carriage waiting at the entrance of the cemetery. The warmth of the enclosed space offers only slight comfort, especially with Tristan sitting directly across from you. His presence is a constant, his sharp eyes ever watchful. You're aware that the situation, traveling along with a servant, is hardly appropriate for someone like you. But since Tristan's arrival, he's been far from an ordinary butler to the other staff and to you. You haven't been sleeping well, my lady. If there's anything besides the upcoming wedding troubling you, please don't hesitate to tell me. Your expression hardens reflectively. Daisy told you this, didn't she? Daisy, your maid, listens to him more than she listens to you, much to your ongoing frustration. I'll dismiss her as soon as we return to the manor. For the first time in what feels like forever, a faint smile crosses Tristan's face. As you wish, my lady. I'll make sure you place me with all the necessary qualities as arranged promptly. That's precisely the problem. You doubt any new maid, no matter how reserved, would defy him. Tristan is too commanding for a servant, and you far too compliant for a master. His flawless management of the estate over the past 5 years have left no room for complaint, even from you. This is giving Sebastian and Ciel. The sound of hooves crunching through snow fills the silence. Wolves, my lady. You asked what was keeping me awake at night. Tristan narrows his eyes slightly. He's about to go hunting. I can hear it. Ah, I see. The howls from the forest near the manor, perhaps? It feels like they're howling louder than ever these nights. I'll arrange for hunters from the nearby village to deal with it, my lady. You needn't concern yourself. Thank you. If that's truly all that keeps you up, your voice rises unintentionally. What do you mean by this, Tristan? Perhaps you should consider postponing the wedding, my lady. I only suggest this because winters are particularly hard on your health. Forgive me if I overstepped. Your brows knit together in irritation, yet you can't immediately find the words to refute him. Oscar is a noble alpha and you a noble omega, and I would just leave out the window. I'm sorry. I've never been able to take omega verses seriously, but they usually have the most creative story plots, except one that I've read. Okay, there's this manga that I read. I think it was like 12 or something. I forgot. But you got the alpha dude who is in an apartment who was stalking Girly, who was a teacher but was hiding that she was an omega. So then he pretended he forgot his wallet was starving, and she was like, you know what, I'm gonna have a good heart and I'm gonna go ahead and help this dude. Then she just does too much. She's like, fine, look, I'll buy you food. Then she's like, I'll bring you to my home. Then he was like, we finna clap cheeks. Then he was like, I understand that, like, I'm not interested in you though. Like, you gave him a home, you let him in your house, the keys. He's over here like, I've been watching you for months at a time, and I've been interested in the fact that you were a teacher. I hate the manga so much, but I can't remember what it is. Ooh, let me go ahead and figure out whenever I get the chance. I'm gonna see if I can find that manga. But yeah, that's probably the only Omega verse that I dearly hated, besides like the little copy and paste ones that obviously floating around. But they are such creative people. Whoever decides to hop into the Omega verse thing, I know I could never. But I digress. Let's get back to it because I'm gonna be talking for all years now. Marrying Oscar isn't about love, it's an obligation, like every other inexplicable, unshakable duty in the world. You know, neither you nor your fiancé truly has a say in this. Postponing the wedding will only temporarily mask this reality. Still, you sense that Tristan's words might be hinting at your passiveness in the situation. Let's see, thank you for thinking of me, Tristan, but I'm well enough. Everything should proceed as planned. This is just mine to make, Tristan. It's like this time, but I don't want you bringing this up again. Okay, let's go with this. I have a feeling, okay, for one, I have a feeling that he has a crush on us, but two, I don't want to do too much, just in case he is just, you know, thinking in good faith. Since you avert your gaze, you can't quite make out the expression on Tristan's face. However, the unusually soft tone in his voice proves that he's only thinking of you as a good steward would. As you wish, my lady, everything will proceed as it should. As time passes, you hear the eerie creak of the wrought-iron gates surrounding the estate's ground. The sound signals the end of your journey. Descending from the carriage, you clutch your bag tightly. Hidden beneath your handkerchief lies the crimson lily you found at the grave. Okay, so you took it with you, okay. That's not a problem, unless it's haunted. or it's like some diabolic lovers where they just kind of like, oh look, I can smell your scent, so I'm gonna follow you to where. I think Lytle did that. He was like the little bat that floated out the window when, what was it? Rookie? No, was it Rookie? Was it Rookie? Blue-haired dude from season 2. Yeah, I have a feeling there's gonna be something into that. We're gonna be meeting up with red hair very quickly. The dark silhouette of Mana greets you with all its gleam in the middle of the white landscape. Even though this has disturbed you since childhood, you cannot deny that over the years it has unintentionally bound you to this place. When your fiancé expresses a desire to live here after your marriage, enjoying the Mana's atmosphere, it was one of the few decisions you made together. Due to its age and size, the Mana has never been adequately warm and well lit. But it's pretty. Still, as you step inside, the familiar sense of comfort and security relaxes you. This actually is giving Black Butler, though. You're just missing what is his name? Not Sebastian, but was it Sebastian? One of them was tap dancing on his latch up here. Anyway, your maid Daisy hovers over with quick steps to help you out of your thick outwear. She looks at you with a warm expression as if seeking forgiveness for some unspoken guilt. Shall I prepare you a bath? You decide to set aside the topic of a new maid for now. Yes, please. As you climb the stairs, you overhear Tristan giving her instructions. Make sure the bath is properly heated. Also bring chamomile tea with honey and lemon. No, chamomile tea with honey and lemon. Chef's kiss. But like plain peppermint tea is also good. But then ginger tea with like a tad bit of sugar. Now that hits. Without a single protest, Daisy bows to him in a manner she is clearly accustomed to, and a flicker of rebellion ignites within you. You're talking about. However, it extinguishes as soon as you step into the corridor at the top of the stairs and head to your room. You are too tired to challenge the established order in the manor. It's a fatigue that has been intensifying in recent days, robbing you of restful sleep. It feels as if every step you take tightens invincible chains. I sound like I said change. Anyway, tightens invisible chains, weighing you down, forcing you to stop. You try to tell yourself that this is just wedding stress. At least you don't have a more reasonable explanation for it. Not yet. The oppressive silence of the manor, filled only with the sound of crackling firewood and distant footsteps, is suddenly interrupted by the creak of a door. Your eyes quickly find your maid, who has appeared at the entrance. The bath is ready, my lady. Thank you. I'm coming. As you step into the bathroom, the stifling heat envelops you. It's much warmer and much more humid than usual. Steam rises from the water in the tub, filling the room with a pale glow and fogging the windows at the top of the bathroom. How is the temperature, my lady? You want to ask her to open the window. The warmth quickly surrounds you, spreading to every corner of your body. It's fine. I'm glad. The butler mentioned you stayed outside for quite some time. This will do you good. With Daisy's help, you manage to easily slip out of your clothes. With Daisy's help, the ties of your clothes loosen and fall away. In a short time, a pile of fabric forms at your feet. You can feel the heat directly on your bare skin. Since it's still light outside, I don't think you'll need many candles. Daisy lights a few candles quickly, then turns together the pile of clothes. Would you like me to assist you while you bathe, my lady? Naked and vulnerable, you suppress the chill that rises within you and move toward the top. Nah, we good. I don't understand, like, the more money folks get, like I see in the media and stuff, like the more money folks get, they're like, everyone, watch me in all my glory. I'm like, you booty butt bare naked. My God, you are not embarrassed? How is that not embarrassing? Okay. No need, Daisy. Thank you. Don't forget to drink your tea. The closing door echoes in the room as Daisy departs. Slowly lowering your body into the warm water, you sink entirely into the tub. I can't take it seriously, I'm sorry. You could just have character disappear, but I digress. At that moment, the pleasant and refreshing aroma of the side of the tub catches your attention. Okay, I'm kind of scared, because like, What happened if it's his sabotage? I've been watching too many horror films and how to beats. Let's drink the tea. Despite the tart taste filling your mouth with the first sip, you keep drinking. Oh my gosh. That was a bad idea. You're amazed at how well Tristan seems to know exactly what you need. Soon an odd sense of joy fills your mind. It feels as if all the invisible chains that weighed you down have snapped, one by one. The approaching wedding, the exhaustion of recent days, the wolves howling through the night, the crimson lilies in the cemetery, the snow-white winter. All of it fades into distant memories in your mind. Your entire body is enveloped in a sweet lethargy. Sleep closes your eyes with a pleasant inevitability. Sorry. Some of these words just be tongue-tying me. You taste peace. I feel like we've been poisoned. Okay. Maybe not. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself still in the bathroom, but you can sense something strange even before you see it. At first glance, the only noticeable difference in the absence of daylight filtering through the windows above, replaced by shadows cast by the extinguished candles Stacey had lit. You likely dozed off in the tub. They are so stifling that it's hard to gauge how much time has passed. Forgive my pronunciation. Honestly speaking, just forgive my pronunciation for something that's like, I know I probably pronounced half of this wrong. But you feel the sharp clarity and freshness that comes after an untimely prolonged rest. Just as you're about to sit up and leave the tub, your gaze falls on a dark silhouette by the edge of the tub. Put it back. It doesn't take long to realize that the shadow is actually a large face with a wide-toothed grin leaning against your bathtub. Fear courses through your veins, pumping adrenaline into every corner of your body. Oh, okay, it's just a doggo. The reverberation of the voice against the walls is unsettling, yet oddly, it comforts you. Extending your hand out of the tub, you begin stroking the uninvited guests who have been watching you inappropriately. The creature responds with quick, noisy breaths from its nose, expressing its delight. What are you doing here, Snow? Snow is one of the few things you love about winter. A few years ago, during an incredibly harsh winter, you felt faint, pitiful whimpers outside the manor and found Snow buried in a snow-filled pit, on the verge of freezing. Back then, his wet, sparse fur was barely distinguishable from the snow. Now it has grown thick and glossy. As you run your fingers through its fur, you suddenly realize your hand is wet. You pull back your hand. You're soaking wet, Snow. Have you been rolling around in the snow again while I was gone? This discovery dampens your mood, and you can't help but grumble. How could they let you outside? You can't even count how many times Snow has slipped out to the forest without anyone noticing. If there's one thing you remember clearly, it's warning everyone in the manor about this repeatedly. Despite his silence, Snow's large eyes remain fixed on you. Don't look at me like that, Snow. The wild wolves in the forest could tear you apart. As you move your hand away from the tub's edge, you notice the trail it leaves behind. Thick, dark droplets slowly distort the handprint, and you realize that the substance coating Snow's fur isn't melted snow. Your anger quickly gives way to another emotion. No, I can't believe this. What happened to you? An enigmatic expression dominates Snow's shadow face, devoid of pain. Your gaze instinctively shifts from his to yourself. That's when you realize the truth. The marks don't come from Snow. They come from you. I knew drinking that tea was a bad idea. The tub you've been sitting in is filled with blood. No! Your first scream is filled more with shock than fear. No matter how many times you open and close your eyes, the reality before you doesn't change. This can't be. How could so much blood come from me? You're absolutely certain you don't feel any pain. It's because of the tea. I shouldn't have drunk the tea. I'm not injured. You need to get out of the tub immediately. But despite the clarity of your mind, your body refuses to move. frozen like a port. That is the final blow to your control. Help, Daisy! Snow's sharp teeth suddenly clamp down on your bare arm, igniting a new wave of panic. No, Snow, stop, please! Wait, am I still sleeping? Instead of pain or burning, you feel only pressure as Snow's powerful jaw tightens around your arm. With surprising strength, he manages to drag you out of the tub. You go! I don't know if Snow's a girl or a boy, but you go! Snow, let me go! If you want to help me, go outside and get someone. No matter what you say, you can't stop him. Okay, it's a he. The liquid from the tub spills onto the floor as you're pulled out, and you feel the sticky blood adhering your body to the ground like glue. Crying, screaming, you have no other option. Please! Stay! This is supposed to be serious. Let me get serious. Someone, come here! Isn't anyone there? Snow nudges you a few times with his paws before abandoning his efforts. By the way, I'm still trying to be quiet because I know my neighbors is going to probably give us a noise complaint if I just start screaming. So yeah, don't mind me. I'm still working on my little voice acting. Hopefully it's a bit decent. He circles around you in strange patterns, letting out low agonized whines. The stiffness and cold is enveloping your body, the blood fills out your unheard cries, and Snow's pain howls ignite one single thought in your mind. As if trying to escape this reality, you let out a final desperate cry. Tristan! I know Tristan's gonna hear us. I know Tristan because he has he is the Sebastian Michaelis of this game right now. Okay, 2 explanations. With a 3 explanations and a double N. Your voice cuts off abruptly. You have no means left to call for help. At the same moment, Snow gives up his futile struggle and collapses hopelessly to the floor. In an ensuing silence, you see the shadows in the bathroom multiply. Cold, darkness, and silence. It feels like the beginning of an eternal sleep. However, everything changes in an instant. The sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the mansion fills your ears, and your heart and senses come alive again. As the footsteps rapidly approach, the door suddenly creaks open with a terrifying screech. Wait, sorry. This is why I'm not a modeler. let me walk up there. My lady! Ah! Anyway, my lady, it's me. A shadow curves launched before your eyes, obscuring your vision. As you wait in silent anticipation, the softness of a towel wrapping your damp skin reaches you. Immediately after, strong arms lift you effortlessly off the ground. Everything is fine, my lady. I'm here. I'm sorry. Okay, this writing is giving. I'm gonna have to do a recap of all the favorite visual novels that I've played so far before the year is out, before the month is out. Golly, why is this good? Okay, also I'm assuming it's Daisy behind him. Also, I'm still convinced that T is person. Anyway, don't be afraid. Though it sounds like a command, his words swiftly slip into my mind, silencing the uncontrollable orchestra of fear inside. Suddenly, you feel the weight of the breaths you're taking. As the stiffness in your body quickly dissolves, an involuntary ache spreads through your muscles. A warm shiver runs down your spine from head to toe. What happened here? It's freezing here. My lady, are you alright? You didn't hear me calling you. The light from the doorway stings your eyes. Even so, you can make out Daisy standing at the door with a lamp in hand, scanning the room in astonishment. The bathtub. The weak sound escapes your parted lips. Hearing you, Tristan turns his gaze to Daisy. Check the bathtub. You see Daisy hesitantly pointing her lamp at the tub without fully understanding what's going on. Oh, all the water has spilled out of the tub, and it's gone cold. Water? The realization it reignites everything you thought had calmed the tub. This time, you're sure it wasn't a hallucination. No, impossible. Tristan, put me down. No. Take it as it's water. Tristan's amber eyes narrow in suspicion. My lady, I said, put me down. I'll check the tub myself. Let me go. This is giving CL. Girl, let's not be CL. Your impatient outburst draws startled whispers, making you aware of the spectators at the doorway. My guy, we're naked? with a towel on. Thanks to Tristan. Ain't nobody gotta be watching us booty butt bare naked. Go away! Everyone in the manor could hear you. Why did it take them so long to arrive? Because it was a setup. Deciding to leave that question for later, you focus on the movement. Tristan finally complies, slowly setting you down from his arms. It's empty! It's 10 minutes past the wall, the bathtub determined. Hey, handing you the lamp, Daisy murmurs hesitantly. What's the matter, my lady? Did you see a mouse? Ignoring her, you firmly direct the lamp light at the bathtub. But even before you do, the faint glimmer reflecting the floor proves that only water has spilled from the tub. Looking a second confirms the same. The blood that I filled the tub just moments ago, not even a trace remains. Something that just happened was nothing more than another. No matter how vivid and terrifying it felt, you refuse to believe it. Tristan's calm but stern voice breaks the silence. Did I assign anyone a task that required standing idly at the door? Am I mistaken? Ooh. The shadows of the doorway quickly scatter as his toe softly slightly directed at you. If I don't get a man that's like Tristan, I don't want him. Because ain't nobody listen to me. I'm sorry. I know I was waiting for red hair, but I might just be going for him. For him. Anyway, you must have had a nightmare, my lady. I think you're right. Please don't be upset. It must have been caused by the sudden change in temperature. Despite the dim light, you can discern the hardening lines on Tristan's face. Luckily, they're not aimed at you, because it's aimed at you. Let's not hit on Daisy. Let's let Daisy cook for a second, or be cooked, one of the two. How could you leave my lady alone in the bath for so long? You weren't even aware the fire had gone out? Oh, there was a fire in here too? Man, we must be freezing. And under Tristan's icy gaze, the poor servant face turns crimson. I just... Never leave my lady alone under any circumstances. You'll need to find yourself a new place to work. What are you still waiting for? Take her to her room immediately. Help her dry off and get dressed. Make sure she hasn't been hurt. You're gonna have to treat the bite wound from the doggo here. Not wanting to stay a moment longer in this unsettling place, you hurry to leave. Just as you're about to step out of the room, one of the shadows in the corner moves and lunges at you. Snow! What is it, my boy? You stare at your dog in disbelief, wondering how it managed to stay still and silent in the bathroom until now. Daisy, afraid of upsetting Tristan further, tries to pull Snow away from you. Now it's not the time, Snow. Get away immediately. You never listens. Bad dog. The dog was the one that actually helped us. Wait, Daisy. Grabbing a nearby towel, he crouched down to Snow under Daisy's astonished gaze and started drying his fur. Did Snow go outside while I was away? The question catches Daisy off guard. No, my lady. Ooh. As Tristan approaches, you see her lower her head anxiously, unable to say more. You're certain she's hiding something. Ooh, you better not be hurting the doggo. We're about to be throwing hands. Still, you don't want to interrogate her in front of Tristan and prolong the tension of the evening, especially because you have nothing more than a towel on. But just then, you notice a dark stain on the towel in your hand. With a momentary hesitation, you lift your gaze to Tristan. His expression, oddly enough, reassures you. At least this time, you're sure it wasn't your imagination. Not now. Snow starts panting excitedly again, looking at you intently as if trying to tell you something. Did it catch something? Yet despite the insistence in his large bright eyes, you can't convey his message. It just sounds right. Just a shadow leans over him, shrouding him in darkness. Don't worry, my lady. It seems Snow isn't injured. This blood must have come from somewhere else. His brows furrow as he turns his gaze to Daisy. Daisy is just getting all the flack. We already even, man, I feel so bad for her, but at the same time, not really. I've told you countless times not to give him bloody raw meat, haven't I? Ooh. She just doesn't listen. Okay, never mind. Forget Daisy. You know it's one of Tristan's rules to tame Snow, who already looks wilder than an dog. Though you believe there isn't an ounce of savagery in Snow, you've never opposed Tristan on this matter, especially since he's always claimed Snow was unsuitable for life in the manor. It must have been the kitchen staff who gave it to him. I don't know anything. Truly, my lady. Daisy's bleeding gaze is hard to ignore. Ah, brother. As the butler, it's your duty to know everything that happens in this manor, Tristan. No, we're not going to blame him because Tristan be doing his job. We're gonna be like, we're cold. Because, come on, Tristan, so far, like, he knows the ins and outs. Not only that, but while he knows everything around the matter, I doubt they typically have phones or, like, you know, messaging apps. I'm pretty sure they don't feel like sending letters by crows out every, 30 seconds when there's a message. So, like, he was outside, she was left indoors, he can't know everything. I'm not gonna blame him. Tristan hesitates briefly before stepping back in a rush. Of course, forgive me for keeping you waiting, my lady. You can rest assured that such confusion will never happen in this manner again. As you retreat to your room, Daisy carefully dries and dresses you, but your thoughts remain a tangled mess. You can barely follow her words as she continues, her gaze filled with gratitude never leaving you. Believe me, my lady, I came as soon as I heard your voice. I just wanted to tidy up your belongings while you were bathing. I noticed one of your perfumes was almost empty, so I went downstairs to send the servants to order a new one. You know, the wedding is approaching and everything must be perfect. Daisy gently rubs ointment over the few bruises on your back and legs caused by your fall on the bathroom tile floor. As for the strong white snow left on your arm, there isn't a single mark. Wait, so did snow not even pull us out? Did we just kind of hurl ourselves? You could have guessed Snow wouldn't do such a thing, now peacefully curled up and sleeping near the flaring fireplace. Catching your gaze on the dog, Daisy immediately speaks up. I had nothing to do with that bloody mill, my lady. Bloody mill? I mean, blood on snow. Maybe he slipped outside and caught a rabbit or something. I feel like she just set herself up. I'd never go against Tristan's, or rather, your orders. You know, at least in this matter, she isn't lying, or more precisely, can't lie. Thank you, Daisy. Since Daisy is taking these marks more seriously than usual due to the approaching wedding, you wait for her to finish her work so you can be alone. Afterward, you try to process everything that happened during the day. After all, you need to make a decision eventually. First, the blood-stained leaves in the cemetery, then the blood-filled bathtub. They're quite different from the hallucinations you experienced before. That's why finding a solution doesn't seem as easy as you'd hope. If the crimson lily in the cemetery was really dragged from another grave, and snow just stole raw meat from the kitchen, what am I even thinking? Of course, that must be what happened. You try to push these nonsensical thoughts aside and focus on the upcoming wedding and the details demanding your attention. But before long, sleep overtakes you. In the middle of the night. Okay, anyway, you slip out from beneath your heavy blanket, unsure of what woke you. You approach the window beside your bed and peer outside. The dark forest, starting where the high garden walls end, is clothed in an eerie stillness and silence tonight. None of the wolf howls that filled the recent nights reach your ears now. Wait, did Snow handle them? You go, boy. Stepping away from the window, your gaze turns to your room, warm and brightly lit by the crackling fireplace. Daisy, insistent on not leaving you alone, sleeps peacefully in the chair by the fireplace, her head resting against its back. Snow, curled up at her feet, shares the same tranquility. Despite the nightmare you experienced in the bathtub, you desperately need the peaceful sleep you found there. You start thinking of something that could help you achieve it. You consider what might help you and think of chamomile tea as your best option. At least for now, a hot bath is out of the question, and I'll be traumatized. Not wanting to disturb Daisy's sleep, you decide to head to the kitchen. Someone there is bound to be awake, preparing for the day ahead, as work in the kitchen starts earlier than in the rest of the manor. Wrapping yourself in a robe, you slip quietly into the hallway. The oppressive atmosphere of the manor, combined with the chill and silence of the night, feels overwhelming. You quicken your pace as you descend the stairs and head towards the kitchen. But despite the lit lamps and the boiling pot on the stove, the kitchen is empty. The steps almost instinctively lead you to the other side of the kitchen, to the open door leading to the corridor where the storage rooms are located. In the dark hallway, you easily spot the only door ajar, light spilling through its gap. However, the sound coming from inside, moans. I am befuddled. What do you mean? What do you mean? I came here to get tea. And then no, whatever the middle of this. The pot on the stove. Oh, okay. Oh, brother. The only thing you are certain of is that Tristan is in there. Guaranteed, if Tristan is in there, I am out. I'm gone. I skedaddle. I'll take a little bit of broth, whatever's stewing on the stove, hope it helps, and go back to sleep. No, we're returning. Oh, I can't wait for there to be an option approach. I can already think. Okay, let me not. Return your room. You know that encountering an inappropriate scene wouldn't suit someone like you. Whatever is happening there, you're a company that Tristan would never let it interfere with his duties. With few other options, you decide to return to your room. Crawling back into your bed, you wait helplessly for sleep to take you. Snow barking a few times in the sleep makes an effort more challenging. Yet Daisy remains undisturbed. Eventually, as the room starts to brighten with the first light of dawn, your eyes finally close, only to open again just a few hours later. You survived the day. Hooray! The new day. No matter how long... This is giving Five Nights at Freddy's. How they had the little clock thingy was kind of giving when you hit 6 a.m. That's a neat detail. Anyway, no matter how long you sleep, you wake up at the same time every morning without exception and have your breakfast. After all, the rules of this house are so deeply rooted and unshakable that they control even you, the master of the estate. Still, that does not change the fact that you need them. You have no idea how things would function without them. When you leave the dining room and take your place at your writing desk, the letters you need to respond to are already waiting for you. In the winter months, the estate and its lands are wrapped in an even deeper silence under the weight of snow. No sound of the heavy door knocker announcing a visitor, no distant rumble of carriage wheels passing by. The only connection you have to the outside world is these letters. During this season, there are usually so few that reading them every couple of days and delivering the necessary advice to Tristan before noon is a simple and routine responsibility. With the ornate letter opener passed down from your father, you slice through the envelopes and glance through their contents with the ease of habit, without much thought. Catalogs from the boutiques in town, you are certain your wardrobe has undergone enough changes due to the wedding. Haunting invitations from neighboring estates, you never found fox hunting in the cold to be an enjoyable activity. Agreed. A note from a maternal relative offering their regrets for being unable to attend the wedding and sending well wishes. Well, the thought counts. This serves as the final confirmation that none of your maternal relatives, those not too distant to have received invitations, will be present at the ceremony. Given the distance, their reluctance to undertake such a journey in winter is understandable. Not that it makes much of a difference to you, you merely fulfilled your duty as expected. A brief update from your lawyer waiting your instructions regarding a few minor issues related to the property. That you can easily leave to Tristan, because Tristan is Anyway, and a dinner invitation dated today from the Red Heart Manor. The Red Heart Manor belongs to your closest neighbors, your fiancé and his family. For the past few months, you have politely declined every invitation you received, citing poor health due to the season. For a moment, you considered doing the same with this one. After all, the letter states that it is merely a small, intimate dinner. Ink spills from the tip of your pen onto the paper, forming a series of well-rehearsed word apologies and another refusal. Just as you are about to finish your letter, you hear a knock at the door and lift your head. Come in. Oh, okay. I seen the doggo. I was like, doggo! Then I see Daisy. I was like, oh, okay. Contrary to your expectation, it is not the butler who enters, but your maid, carrying a silver tray followed closely by Snow, who dashes into the room. I brought you tea and some refreshments, my lady. You try to recall when you made such a request, yet as you attempt to remember, even the moment before grows hazy in your mind, you forget why you were writing the letter in front of you in the first place. Seeing the bewilderment on your face, Daisy eyebrows lift in alarm. Last time, you said a single plate of refreshments would be enough as long as there were no guests. Or at least I thought that's what you said, my lady. If you prefer, I can ask them to prepare you large serving trays right away. Your dog, after allowing himself to be petted for a while and devouring the biscuits Daisy accidentally dropped on the floor, quickly moves away from you and heads to the burning fireplace. It's giving Mirren, almost. Just slightly, just a little hint, but only with the glasses on. You shake yourself as if rising from sleep. Lettuce, when your dog Daisy arriving with a tray, it all re-emerges in your mind as nothing more than links in a chain of routine, a cycle that repeats without the need of any request. No, Daisy, thank you for doing exactly as I asked. But what about the moment of forgiveness? It feels as though the exhaustion in your body is seeping into your mind. You push the thought aside and return to your letters without delay. As Daisy, relieved from her earlier nervousness, sets the tray down on the table, her eyes catch one of the opened letters. This is the envelope. Her enthusiastic voice slices through the quiet ambience of the small study like a blade. I didn't know you were writing to Lord Oscar. My lady, please forgive me for interrupting. Unfortunately, the words you've penned lack the romance and passion she's likely imagining. You're well aware of how betas romanticize and make alpha marriages, envisioning them as bonds of perfect compatibility, intense attraction, and unwavering devotion. Yet in reality, these unions, forged for power and status, require no such conditions. Still, in this moment, you realize something important about Oscar's letter, something that nearly escaped your notice. The problem lies in the handwriting. The dinner invitation was not written or signed by your fiancé, but by someone else merely posing as him. Oscar's action is either a gross act of negligence or a blatant display of disrespect, or perhaps both. Taking the letter you wrote to your fiancé in hand, you rise from your chair and approach the fireplace. Just before you let the paper slip into the rising flames, you turn to Daisy. Could you summon Tristan for me? Of course, my lady. As you watch the letter ignite with a sharp hiss and crumble in the ash, your thoughts begin to crowd your mind, filling the silence Daisy leaves behind as she departs. I kind of expected that, because they're always kind of like, oh, I got better things to do, until they're like really in it, like deep in it with like the Omega. Either that or they're like mad obsessive that they're chasing them. You are well aware that communication between you and Oscar has dwindled as the wedding approaches, but you are unsure which of you is more at fault for that. Before the marriage decision was announced to you, the familiarity of being neighbors with Oscar, along with the social ties of belonging to the same circle, should have naturally fostered a smooth, effortless bond between you. At least, that was what your guardians had told you. Yet now, you can feel that bond stretched thin on the verge of snapping at any moment. And if it does, you have no idea what awaits you on the other side. The only certainty is that your guardians and your place in society will not approve and you must attend this dinner tonight. A firm, commanding knock echoes through the small salon, drawing your gaze toward the entrance. There you see Tristan. Let me know. As Tristan bows before you with his usual precision, you notice his gaze lingering on you with more scrutiny than usual, because he knows that you was there yesterday and that you heard him and whatever was going on yesterday. Poor mademoiselle. As though he is assessing whether you are still under the influence of yesterday's hallucinations. Okay, we'll take it. To be fair, you cannot say for certain yourself. You summoned me, my lady. I am at your service. I hope you are feeling better today than you did yesterday. You respond in a steady voice, motioning toward the writing desk. I am Tristan, thank you. The letters are ready for delivery. You may take them from the desk. But before I respond to the lawyer, I wanted to hear your thoughts. You catch the way Tristan's golden eyes narrow slightly. Realizing that this will be no different from any of your usual conversations, his gaze shifts swiftly. Okay, that's why I mixed it up. I mixed the words up. His gaze shifts swiftly from you to the desk as he moves toward it, prepared to carry out your request. Yet before leaning over the scattered envelopes and letters, he hesitates. You have no doubt that Daisy had already informed him of what transpired. The letter from your fiancé. Your response, the fact that you burned it. The lawyer's letter is in the corner. Tristan, bowing his head, sheds his pretended hesitation in approaching your desk filled with personal correspondence, encouraged by this implicit approval. Still, for a fleeting moment, his eyes drifts elsewhere, somewhere other than the lawyer's letter. But the moment passes quickly. The issues in the letter seem to be more serious than stated, my lady. If I may offer my humble opinion, it would be wisest to trust the person to assess the situation before granting the lawyer the approval he seeks. His ever-calm voice makes it easy to trust him without question. After all, in 5 years, you have never encountered a reason not to. You may handle it as you see fit, Tristan, but I believe it must be done swiftly. I will go to town this afternoon to take care of the necessary correspondence, my lady. There is no need for your concern. I will also speak with a few hunters from the village regarding the wolf problem in the forest. And I have already given the kitchen step-up instructions regarding the dog's diet. I do not believe we will encounter this issue again. If there is anything else you require, my ladies, you need only say the word. In the sentence that follows, the soft rhythmic breathing of snow dozing by the fire fills the room. The fact that the matter that I'm just mixing up all these letters, what is wrong with my reading? It is clear that with all these tasks, Tristan will not be able to accompany you to Red Hot Manor tonight. Though you are not accustomed to traveling alone, the mutual dissatisfaction between your fiancé and your butler makes Tristan's absence the more appropriate choice for this dinner. After a brief hesitation, you make your decision. Have the coachman prepared for the evening, Tristan. I will be attending dinner at Red Hot Manor. For a fleeting moment, something like surprise flashes through Tristan's golden eyes, an expression you are not used to seeing from him. Yet his voice remains composed and wavering. Forgive me, my lady. Did you mean this evening? I did. Please see to your task. I will go alone. You know that Tristan could not press the matter outright, as though he takes another approach. My lady, forgive my impertinence. But with the recent heavy snowfall, I have concerns about whether the road to Red Hot Manor is passable for carriage. Had there been more time, I would have sent someone ahead to inspect it. In this weather, there was a high risk of your carriage getting stuck in the snow or, God forbid, an accident occurring. His words unsettle you, and I don't blame you. Tristan is so competent, like, goodness me. The only thing I find wonky is his name is Tristan. I'm sorry. I'm not hating on the name Tristan. I just kind of expected any other name besides Tristan from him. It's just not fitting. But let's continue. The dawn of the carriage wheels sticking into an unseen ditch, of the axles breaking, of the horses panicking and injuring themselves. For someone who does not enjoy travel to begin with, these are not mere inconveniences. They are a nightmare, especially given your recent exhaustion and the hallucinations. But the dinner is important. You must see your fiancé soon, before the impression that you have neglected him takes root. We're just gonna save this in case. Are you suggesting I go on horseback instead? No, I trust you will find a suitable solution, difficult as it may be, Tristan. If it weren't for this obligation, I would never have asked this of you. Though his gaze remains cold, pressing the irrationality of your decision, his voice takes on a softer tone when he speaks again. You are too modest, my lady. If there is anyone who may ask anything of me, it is you. I believe it would be best for a rider to accompany the carriage, ensuring the coachman is informed of the road's condition in advance and keeping watch over you. This will make it easier to send for help or to turn back, should anything go amiss. Additionally, I will ensure that provisions, blankets, and anything else necessary for your comfort during the journey are prepared. I am certain you will reach Red Heart Manor without issue. His words instill enough confidence for you to commit to the journey, even if his expressions suggest otherwise. Lately, you have not only lost trust in others, but in yourself. Perhaps this trip will help you reclaim some of it. Or at least, you wish to believe so. Later in the day, though Tristan is no longer at the manor, the instructions he left behind ensure that everything proceeds seamlessly. By the time the coachman informs you that all preparations are complete, you leave your room, ready to depart. The dinner is 2 hours away. Everyone, including yourself, agrees that it is best to set out early. Daisy follows you with eager steps, seeing you off, and though she is the only one pleased about your attendance at this dinner, you find a small sense of relief in that. Well, her and Snow, he excitedly dashes around your feet, expecting an evening walk. If dinner stretches late into the night, please do not rush back, my lady. I am certain Lord Oscar will be kind enough to offer you accommodations for the night. I doubt that. The thoughts give you pause. You recall that until now, neither your fiancé nor you have ever spent the night at each other's mansions, considering that you were neighbors. This is quite surprising. No doubt. Daisy, still caught up in her delight, does not notice the irony in your voice. If that is the case, you will need a maid to assist you. Lord Oscar will surely assign the best in his household to attend you. But no matter who he chooses, she will not be me. If you wish, I can prepare at once and accompany you, my lady. As the servant pulls the door open, the wind rushes in, carrying the frigid air of the outside world into the entryway. The sudden chill, coupled with a brief hesitation, delays your response for the moment longer than intended. Unlike Tristan, Daisy will undoubtedly spend the entire journey chattering about the upcoming wedding without pause. That's very thoughtful of you, Daisy, but I may not need the company. I might not even wish to complete the journey to Red Heart Manor. Daisy, struggling to keep Snow from darting outside, stares at you in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. You don't wish to shatter her romantic notions so bluntly, but you continue regardless. Please look after Snow while I'm gone. Before your resolve can falter, you swiftly descend the manor steps and head towards the waiting carriage. Whee! Whee! Sorry, it would just fly across the screen. As you settle into the carriage, the door shuts behind you with a firm thud, sealing you away from the cold and the dim, heavy silence of the winter night. Everything inside has been prepared for your comfort. Several thick blankets, a basket overflowing with refreshments, and a few books you recently acquired but have yet to read. They should be enough to keep you occupied. The carriage lurches forward, beginning its journey. For a while, you find yourself gazing outside, watching as the high garden walls of the estate fades into the dense woods beyond. The snow drapes over the trees, covering their branches in a pale bluish-white shroud. It is a breathtaking sight, one that is both enchanting and unsettling. Then a sharp, thin, and fragmented sound cuts through the stillness. Your ears strain to catch the source, but before you can pinpoint it, a dark figure moves in the depths of the forest. Ooh, is this finally a redhead we're looking for? You don't know how long it has been there, but the moment you gaze once upon it, it vanishes, as if aware that you have seen it. A trick of the eye, perhaps? Yet an uneasy shiver runs through you, as if unseen eyes are still watching. Most likely, it was a poacher who had wandered into the woods and fear of being caught. That must be all. Still, you draw the curtains over the windows before returning your focus to the book in your lap, skimming through its pages without absorbing a single word. At first, you barely notice the subtle deceleration of the carriage. It is only when the horse comes to a full stop that your grip on the book tightens. The muffled sound of boots crunching through the snow draws closer. Your heart pounds through the gate. Your heart pounds though you keep your gaze trained on the book. This does not sound good. The door creaks open and a familiar face from the man stands before you. Tristan? The rider who accompanied your journey. The one the coachman had called Rudolph. Okay. I was about to say. His silvery hair glows faintly under the light, a striking resemblance to Tristan's. You suspect he, too, must have come from one of the villages surrounding the estate. The road is nearly blocked with snow, and there's bound to be ice. It hasn't been used much lately. If we continue, we'll have to slow down significantly, my lady. Tristan's warnings proving accurate once again is little to ease your frustration. Even if you press on, it's clear you'll be late for dinner at this pace. Display your options to sound fractured and aching cuts through the silence. It startles you. This time, it echoes deeper within the woods. Who is this and why are you here? With a shadow you catch and now press against the trunk of a tree much closer than before. Your hand lifts almost of its own accord, pointing it out to Rudolph before your mind can register the movement. The moment he turns to look, it's already gone. The rustling branches, stirred by the wind, whisper through the trees. The eerie sensation creeps up your spine again. This time, you're certain something or someone has been watching you from the entire journey. And if not, then the alternative is that it's all in your mind. You force yourself to move with measured caution as you turn back to Rudolph. Did you hear that just now? Response is immediate. Of course, my lady. Likely a predator. I couldn't quite place it, but in this weather, anything you saw was probably it. They say their numbers have grown significantly in the forest lately. What are they looking for? I don't know why I even said what about. Anyway, his eyes gleam as he answers. Fear, my lady. Just like the rest of us. But there's no need for concern. We have rifles with us. He pauses before adding. What is your decision? Shall we turn back or do we continue forward? Oh, shucks. I don't know. Okay, I want to believe that if we continue, we get to see redheads. So I'm going to say continue. But the sensible option would be to turn back. But we're going to keep going. Your words cause the young man's eyes to cloud with unease, but he merely lowers his head, slightly unable to oppose you. As you command, my lady, I will inform the coachman immediately. As the door closes, the narrow, enclosed space of the carriage fills you with a sense of safety and warmth, offering you some comfort, but you know it won't last forever. With nightfall, the dropping temperatures and growing fatigue will make the journey increasingly difficult. Yet, thinking of Oscar's indifferent and mocking nature, you doubt he sees much significance in this arduous trip. You are just about to tell the coachman to turn back, but despite not having traveled too far, the carriage suddenly lurches forward with a moment's beat. It takes only a moment for you to realize this isn't the coachman doing. You're sliding on ice. Thrown off balance, you instinctively reach for something to hold on to, but it's useless. You fall onto the carriage floor. Fortunately, the thick pile of blankets cushioning your landing spares you from any serious harm. At the same time, the horses come to an abrupt halt, managing to stop the carriage. Your heart pounds so violently that the sound roars in your ears, nearly drowning out the noise of the carriage door opening. My lady, I'm fine. Rudolph exhales in relief as he realizes you're unharmed, merely tangled in thick blankets. With his help, you stand and step out of the tilted carriage. Though your breath fogs your vision, it doesn't take long to grasp the situation. The carriage has veered off the road, crashing into trees, and the horses are now buried up to their body in a snow-covered bog. One regret burns through you like fire, with the other to assess the situation and remain silent, merely listening. We should go find help. Don't be ridiculous. By the time help arrives, the horses will be dead. Shut up and help me. Okay. With Rudolph's assistance, the coachman manages to unfasten the horses from the harness and straighten the carriage. But saving the horses will take far more effort. Standing at the roadside, watching them struggle, you can feel the weight of their stony glances, the silent accusations pressing down on you. I just want to see Redhead. I feel like if I go back, I'll get the root of Tristan. Feel an unease settle on your shoulders like an unbearable burden. I think what we're gonna do is that we're gonna, I saved it, so I can come back to this, and we'll choose to go back. You cannot shake the feeling that something worse is coming, that something hidden in the darkness, lurking behind the trees, is watching you. But you can't point out every shadow that surrounds you. You can't burden them with yet another problem. Helplessly, you retreat into the carriage and wait. Despite the comfort it offers at this moment, the carriage feels no different from a cage. No other way to distract yourself, you pick up your book once more, trying to drown out your thoughts. Suddenly finding yourself in darkness, your first reaction is confusion. But the weight of the book, first thing you let, makes you realize you must have dozed off while reading. After what happened in the bathtub yesterday, you have no idea how you managed to fall asleep so easily outside, in the middle of the forest. This time, it feels as if you merely blinked, and exhaustion still clings to you. Then an eerie shiver crawls over your skin, unrelated to the cold. Only now do you notice the carriage is still not moving. The sky is already pitch black. The only sound is the howling of the wind. Your instincts scream at you not to step outside. But what about the silence, the stillness? Let me have to figure out they freed the horses and then just left. Summoning your courage, you push the blankets off your trembling hands and crack the carriage door open. Snowflakes drift gently in the air, brushing against your face, but the silence greeting you is far from soothing. The trees around you, cloaked in deepening shadows, seem larger, misshapen, distorted. I suppose Rudolph was right. We need to call for help. But as you step into... okay, hold on. Let me try that again. But as you step... I managed to try to get it, still mess up. But as you step to the front of the carriage, your words freeze in the air, just like your breath. The horses stand ready, harnessed, prepared to depart. Then what are they waiting for? More importantly, where are the others? Your gaze darts around in growing dread. You know, with absolute certainty, they wouldn't have left you here alone. Which means, if something emerged while you were asleep in the carriage, you try to reassure yourself by recalling Rudolph's words. They had rifles. He told you not to worry. Yet a whisper from deep within tells you that their rifles might be no more useful than a child's toy. Ooh, the moon above spills in cold silver light onto the road, making the snow glisten like the path to a fairy tale run. But something mars this enchanting scene. A stain, a deep crimson stain that unsettles your senses far too much. Lifting your head, you see more of them ahead. Dozens of them. No, it can't be. Impossible. They must belong to some poor animal. The others must have encountered something urgent, something that required them to leave suddenly. They'll be back any moment now. But no matter how hard you try, you cannot bring yourself to believe this hopeful scenario. Your steps instinctively urge you back to the safety of the carriage, yet guilt anchors you in place. If only you had been reasonable. If only you had turned back before the accident. If only you had never set out at all. An animal. Just an animal. It has to be. But no matter what you tell yourself, the truth seeps into your bones like the melting crimson stain spreading through the snow. Your heart pounds wildly, as if it might burst through your ribs. Every fiber of your being screams at you to retreat. Get back inside, lock the door, wait. Actually do that. For how long? Come on, you can see out the windows. Tristan will find you, surely. He always does. But what if something else finds you first? There's no way out. The red trail beckons you deeper into the forest, pulling you forward against your better judgment. Okay, so generally we're just... Oh! Hello? Okay. Until you see a pool of blood beneath a tree trunk, and in its center a man lying motionlessly as if dead. Even before stepping closer, you know it's Rudolph. Your hands fly to your mouth, trapping the screams that turns to a hard lump in your throat. I'm sorry, Rudolph looking, my God, you good? No. Please. Despite the burning in your lungs from uneven breaths, despite the sharp ache twisting through your muscles, you desperately want to believe this is not real. So where's the coachman then? A hallucination maybe, like yesterday? So my guy just decided to sleep in the snow? Yeah, But no matter how many times you blink, the scene before you does not change. Then you notice it. The weak, rising fall of his chest. He's still alive! Rudolph! How can he still be alive after losing so much blood? That moment, the sound of snapping branches reaches your ears, and a shadow emerges suddenly among the trees like a ghost. It moves so fast that you have no chance to scream or run. You are completely trapped. As if your body is no longer under your control, your legs suddenly refuse to support you, and you collapse onto your knees. Like prey, ready to be haunted. You should have never come to this forest. The only thing still under your control is your mouth. You manage to move your lips. No, you can't eat me. I'm not food. Because that's going to deter him. As the shadow draws closer, its terrifying bulk shrinks down to human proportions, and the eerie silence of the forest is broken by a powerful, energetic laugh. I'm sure you're not food, my dear. At the very least, I'd take a well-seasoned venison steak over. Who is this class clown? You got my hopes up for nothing. Is the red hair? Is the red hair? Hello? Look at that outfit. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. A moment later, the shadow becomes clearer. His jacket, the ordnance hunting rifle in his hand. Wait, so you hunted... Okay. Rudolph is not the reindeer. You got the wrong guy. The blood-red gleam of his hair in the darkness and the sharp cut of his jawline, crispy, all the details that make him Oscar, your fiance. This is Oscar. Okay, they were making Oscar to be some douche, but like, I wouldn't mind. Okay, anyway, calm down. Unlike the last time you saw him, surrounded by luxury and grandeur at a lavish gathering, now you find him standing in the cold, dark depths of the forest. For a moment, your mind struggles to comprehend it. You even fear that he might be a hallucination. So where is the coachman? And why we're not carrying Brody in the back? Okay. And yet, despite the rising tide of fear within you, there's an odd sense of relief that cuts through it. A moment later, your voice returns. Oscar, please help me. There's something in the forest following me. I felt like I was being watched since the beginning of my journey, but I thought I was imagining things. I will be honest, if you say he's a douche, cowering in front of him is gonna make his ego skyrocket. But I already attacked Rudolph. Look at him, he's lying there covered in blood. It could come back at any moment. As Oscar's long hunting boots crunch through the snow, you lift and gaze to him. POV, Rudolph actually isn't hurt, he just kind of knocked himself out. Yet, despite everything you just said, he doesn't seem concerned at all. Instead, under the moonlight, his smirk becomes even more pronounced. My dear, I can understand why you're so excited to see me, but I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. I'm feeling. If you're done with your greetings, get up already. You hesitate for a moment before taking his outstretched hand. There's no other choice. You're gonna look back and he disappears. Oscar pulls you up with a force stronger than you expected, and now that you're standing closer, you can get a better look at his face, especially his eyes. Despite the nonchalance in his voice, you realize he's carefully studying you. Good. You didn't hit your head anywhere. I should have. That way you can carry me like a princess. Anyway, for a second, you almost had me worried. You try to calm yourself, but your voice still comes out fast and frantic. Oscar, are you even listening to me? I'm serious. Look at Rudolph. He's gone. He's gone. You stop mid-sentence as your eyes fall on Rudolph, realizing something horrifying. The pool of blood surrounding him is gone, as if it evaporated into thin air, just like it would happen at the cemetery and in the bathroom. So my guy's just chilling. Oscar noticing your silence crashes Oscar noticing your silence crashes beside the man lying in the snow. Rudolph? I was almost sure his name was something ridiculous like Tristan. Whatever. Crap, he's not dead. I thought you had finally decided to get rid of him and brought him to my state of bury. Good thing Tristan didn't come. Good call, Tristan. Good call. Your mind comes to a complete... Wait, I don't think it's Tristan. I think Tristan wanted to come. Anyway, your mind comes to a complete halt. You don't know what to think anymore. The only thing you're certain of is that Rudolph is your priority. Please stop joking and help me figure out what's wrong with him. Do I look like a doctor to you, darling? Despite his exasperated tone, Oscar sets his rifle aside and checks Rudolph's pulse before turning him onto his side to examine him. It doesn't take him long to realize that this man is not your butler. Oh, another white-haired man. Your purposes truly leave me speechless, dear. Looks like he just passed out, though if he stays like this much longer, he'll freeze to death. Even though your mind is full of questions, Oscar's words bring a small relief in the middle of this wretched journey. You eagerly speak up. My carriage is nearby. We can carry him there. He's gonna ask, who is we? For a brief moment, the mockery in Oscar's eyes dims. Oh dear. My dear, may I remind you I'm your fiancé, not your servant. You must be confusing me with someone else. Screw you. I'm gonna do it myself. And I'm gonna try with all my might. I'm gonna go back into it too. Your defiant tone makes his eyes glimmer, and soon enough, you hear the amusement in his voice. Oh, really? Please go ahead, my dear. I can't wait to see how you'll manage to carry him all on your own. Poor thing, I already feel bad for you. Ooh, I hate his personality already. Like, you're handsome, but we need to crack that shell of yours. You should have known that a remark like this wouldn't faze him. Still determined to stand your ground, you ignore him and kneel beside Rudolph. Switching and struggling, you manage to lift him slightly by his arm. But before you can do more, Oscar's hands cut in sharply. You said go ahead. I'll follow your instructions, sir. Leave him. I have no interest in dealing with two corpses in the middle of a forest. Huh? Without another word, he retrieves the rifle he had placed on the ground and takes a few steps away from you. Hello, sir? What did you do? A sudden flash of fire pierces the darkness, followed by the deafening crack of gunpowder. It doesn't take much to realize that he just fired his shot to signal his location. Soon the shadows surrounding you stir, followed by the sound of approaching voices. Did you get it, Oscar? Was it a big deer? Okay, hold on. I'm getting such mixed feelings for Oscar. Oscar is actually mad smart. he's just like, yeah. So anyway, just to let you know, we have spectators around here. We're not gonna let Miss Prissy over here get her hands dirty. So let me just, what do you play here? Honestly, I generally thought that he tried to take Rudolph out. I was like, you know what? Because my guy's already on life support, let me just help him a little bit. I'm sorry. Okay, anyway. Want to see for yourself? It's lying right over there. As the first shadow emerges into the moonlight, you recognize the man's face from the lavish parties you've attended. But now in the forest gleam, he looks vastly different. His features are tense with urgency. Bloody hell! Did you shoot him? Is he British? Anyway, did you shoot a man? I need help getting rid of the body. Come on, hide the body. The tense silence lasts only a few moments before Oscar's lips curl into that signature twisted smirk. You're too easy to fool, you know. It's not even fun anymore. As Oscar hunting party reaches you, you finally learn where your missing coachman had been. One of the approaching figures stepped forward, his outline illuminated by the lantern's glow, and you recognize him instantly. By the time he got the horses free, it was already too dark. Continuing on would have been too dangerous. When I heard the gunshot, I thought Lord Oscar might be out hunting. Since Rudolph wasn't familiar with Lord Oscar's men, I went to ask for help. He insisted he wouldn't leave your side. I can understand how you could be so reckless. If Rudolph remained unconscious, there was no way to get an answer. My question is, how did he end up all the way over there? But okay. As you make your way back to the carriage, the glare of lanterns held by Oscar's men fails to reveal any traces of the very thing that led you to Rudolph. Instead of easing your fears, this only makes it worse. Wait, I think we can see, like, death and stuff. Like, I don't know if it makes sense, but some people have more perception of who could pass, or if someone is passing. So her eyes could have, like, the bathtub, right? Could be her about to, like, hypothermia. So the red surrounded her. The red flowers is because the parents are already passed, and the red stains is followed by the Rudolph being on life support. This is my assumption. I may be wrong. If it was all in your head, then how did you manage to find Rudolph when there is not a single trace of him left behind? And why is the carriage door open? Did you forget to close it? Did the wind blow it open? Or had the shadow been here? Had it looked inside to find you? Ooh, a fresh wave of fear washes over you. Even now, you still feel like you're being watched. As long as you remain in the forest, you doubt you'll ever be free of that feeling. While we should have brought it up to Oscar's attention, definitely would have probably focused more on the person trying to abduct us. You know, made that the focus. That way he don't think we're just babbling or nonsense. But we went for Rudolph because that was the first thing in our head. Even as a child, a single glance at the woods beyond your bedroom window had been enough to send chills down your spine. Now you vowed to keep the curtains tightly shut on every future journey. Once inside the carriage, your gaze drifts to Rudolph, bundled up in thick blankets and fast asleep in the corner, and you can't help recall that vivid crimson still warm blood. From outside, you hear Oscar's deep voice carrying over the my bad. The hushed whispers of his haunting party. I'm not gonna even lie. I definitely seen husband. Okay, anyway. Edgar, show the coachman the shortcut to our estate, where the poor horses catch their breath. This little rescue mission has exhausted me. I'll be riding inside the carriage with my future spouse. Hi. This is why I don't go to, like, group gatherings and stuff, because I'm just so awkward. And this guy just walked into the carriage, and I'm over here like, like, I will get on people's nerves. I probably got on your nerves. Anyway, without delay, the carriage door swings open, letting in the cold night air as Oscar steps inside. The crimson of his hair and clothes unsettles you, but you try to ignore it. And of course, you already know he will bypass Rudolph entirely and sit beside you. Bracing yourself for discomfort, you inch as close to the window as possible, hoping to put as much space between you as the narrow seat allows. He's not gonna allow that, come on, be for real. Oscar notices your subtle retreat, yet despite settling into his seat with his usual nonchalance, he does not close the distance. Okay, hold on. He may be a little respectful, because I know, like, the little webtoons that I read, they were like, oh, that's crazy. So you step beside? Okay. So, anyway, I just so happen to become a 9-foot animatronic, and I'm here to enclose you into this corner. He's not too bad. A rare courtesy, or perhaps a subtle confirmation of the distance that has grown between you lately. As the carriage lurches forward again, you close your eyes, willing the rest of this cursed journey to pass quickly. But then, the rustle of the food basket, a sharp crunch. Oscar has found an apple and wasted no time biting into it. And then, predictably, his voice, ever relenting, fills the carriage once more. He must have forgotten that his mouth never ceases to work. What a comfortable little carriage. You have blankets, a well-stocked food basket, and even some ridiculous books about necromancy. Though, personally, I would prefer a more thrilling and pleasurable pastime. Like what? You're apparently good at haunting. You plan on having this haunting out the window of the carriage. Your eyes snap open, sharp with warning. Oscar meets your gaze with the expression so innocent, it could almost pass for sincere. I only meant conversation, of course. For instance, you still haven't told me what you were doing on my land so late at night, my dear. A party fool concedes that given his aid in the situation, a little gratitude might be warranted. I assumed you would have figured that out. I was on my way to Red Heart Manor for your dinner invitation. For the first time, true surprise flickers across Oscar's face. I don't recall. Oh, so this was an ambush. I don't recall inviting you to dinner. In fact, I don't recall hosting a dinner at all. Just a quiet meal with a few relatives and friends as usual. Now it's your turn to be caught off guard. I didn't know that. I received a letter bearing your family seal, written and signed by you. Of course, you conveniently skip over the part where your handwriting mismatches. The realization that this entire journey may have been for nothing gnaws at you. You fix your gaze on him, waiting for a reaction. But Oscar merely takes another exaggerated bite of his apple. Then, without an ounce of shame, tosses the half-eaten fruit back into the basket. His indifference returns like a well-worn mask. Must have been the steward, which means my mother told him to. You know how the old woman is half the time. Even I can't make sense of what she's up to. Lady Diana, Oscar's mother, is a formidable alpha in her own right, the true ruler of Red Heart Manor and its lands. Though you know that Oscar has taken full control due to her decline in health, how long that will last remains uncertain. Naturally, as a devoted fiancé, I would never have subjected my delicate and ailing betrothed to such an exhausting journey had I known. Okay. Maybe it wasn't an ambush. Yet this devoted fiancé never thought to check on my well-being himself despite hearing I was unwell. I'm gonna go with this one because, like, come on, be for real. You could at least say hi. I don't like you, but, you know, let's make this happen. For a brief moment, Oscar, ever mocking expression falters. Then with a slight lift of his brow, his smirk returns. Frankly, I assumed it was just an excuse to avoid me. I still do. Can you really blame me for thinking that? You grit your teeth, forcing yourself not to rise to his arrogance. You should be prepared for this by now, but somehow he still manages to infuriate you. Yes, because when I said I wasn't well, I actually meant it. You weren't even on my mind. And you do look perfectly fine now, my dear. Still, as a concerned fiancé, I could never allow you or your men to set out on another journey tonight. And here we are. Welcome to Red Heart Manor, my dear. With a smooth pull of this curtain, Oscar reveals the grand silhouette of the manor, perched on top of the hill. Spires its chimneys black against the snow-veiled sky. Looks kinda average. My bad. The sight swallows your doubts. The shortcut was real. You finally reached the end of your journey. The decor is not really like the burgundy and gold isn't half bad, but like just because I'm a hater. Red Heart Manor greets you not with silence but with warmth. The moment you step inside, a wave of golden light and heat envelops you. The grand hall is lavishly lit and perfectly heated, chasing off the bite of the forest cold that still clings to your sleeves. Compared to the desolate hours spent among snow-choked trees, this place feels like a hidden sanctuary carved out of winter's jaws. You can almost feel your shoulders drop, tension melting from your spine. No wonder Red Heart draws visitors in every season. Who wouldn't seek refuge in such opulence? Of course, for a man of this size, such elegance must come at an exorbitant cost. I wish I could read. Come on, eyes work. But judging by the army of servants lining the hall, you doubt the owners are concerned with such trivialities. Oscar, by contrast, doesn't even pause to take it in. With the kind of practice ease only someone raised in excess could manage, he shrugs off his heavy coat and tosses it without looking into the waiting arms of a nearby servant. Then, with his usual feline grace, he makes his way toward a woman he recognizes. Red Heart's housekeeper, a sharp-featured, stern-looking matron. Congratulations, Chase. You caught it mid-air. You must have been practicing while I was away. We're terribly late on me, my dear. Is everything in order? You don't need to ask whether his endearment is reserved solely for you. The housekeeper's stoic expression makes it perfectly clear. Still, you think you can catch a hint of warmth in her voice, or perhaps you only wish to. All is well, my lord. Yeah, good. Stop fiddling with my rifle. The only reason you're not a better hunter than me is because I'm simply the better hunter. He really thought he cooked with this one. He did not cook. Sorry. You've got some tricks up your sleeve. Agate grumbles and hands the weapon over to a waiting footman. The fiancé redirects his attention to the housekeeper. So, tell me, darling, how's the old woman? At the mention of old woman, the housekeeper's face threatens to tighten, but she restrains herself with practiced grace. You can't help but admire her loyalty to her weakened mistress. Hoping to hear something of Lady Diana's condition, you begin to step forward. Only to have your view suddenly blocked by what must be the largest man you've ever seen, a footman judging by his uniform. Fortunately, there's no reason to panic. He has not come for you, but to carry away Rudolph, still unconscious. He was being half-dragged by your coachman and one of Oscar's hunting companions. Your gaze lingers on the young servant, still slumped and motionless. Pretty coils tight in your chest, followed swiftly by curiosity. He needs to see a doctor without delay. There's no visible injury, but we can't know what happened in the forest. He may have struck his head or eaten something poisonous. Though the hulking servant appears to be listening, he offers no response. You're entirely sure if he even understood you. You're just about to switch game while Oscar cuts in, answering on his behalf. Stop alarming him with all those orders, darling. Red Heart has his own doctor. Though honestly, I can't say he's done much beyond handing out antacids to my guests. So thanks to your boy, we'll get to put his skills to the test. Despite Oscar's dismissive tone, the knowledge that there's a physician on the premises brings a flicker of relief. As the massive servant lifts Rudolph onto his back, it dawns on you he doesn't respond to your voice or any voice at all. He acts solely on orders already given. He must be both deaf and mute. Oh. You don't know how things typically run at Red Heart, but you can't help finding this a rather unusual arrangement. That's kind of neat, though. Turning your thoughts away from the unsettling man, you look towards your coachman. Please don't leave Rudolph's side, not even for a moment. If he wakes, inform me at once. Of course, milady. You needn't worry about him. As the coachman hurries off behind the hulking servant, vanishing quickly from view, you guys inevitably drift to the corner where Oscar stands and meets his. You try to remain composed, wondering how he reacts to a gesture that so clearly betrays your lack of trust. And to your surprise, your fiancé chooses to ignore it entirely and simply smiles. Come here, darling. How's my poor housekeeper supposed to serve this many people if she's not even aware of who's coming and going? Have you ever seen this uninvited guest before, Demona? Uninvited? Ugh. In contrast to Oscar's mocking tone, the housekeeper dips her head respectfully at your approach. I had the chance to see her from afar during the ball last summer, when your engagement was first announced, my lord. We shall do everything in our power to make your stay as pleasant as possible, my lady. I have no doubt, thank you. You're not sure whether your words are even heard. Oscar's teeth is laughing at himself. Stop! Demona, what a short memory you have. When I found her in the middle of the forest, I couldn't even remember her name, so I spent the entire ride calling her darling. I'm a kick you. Let me not. You hesitate. The eyes and ears of every servant and every member of the haunted party are turned towards you, but you to respond and put him in his place becomes a question in itself. No, it's alright. I suppose it's an acceptable way to address me. You remembered my bullet's name perfectly. Let's call some drama. Because you're not gonna go ahead and, oh, I forgot my fiance's name, but I remember your butler. You trying to go after my butler? Hold on. Are you interested in my butler? Plot twist. Anyway, Oscar falters just for a moment. You wonder if you've gone too far. But then suddenly, his laugh echoes off the high stone walls of the manor. You wait, patient and stone-faced, as strange looks past between those around you. When he finally quiets, Oscar leans in close and lowers his tone in a conspiratorial murmur. The thought that I might be jealous of Meta must be endlessly amusing to you. I should have went with Tristan when I had the chance. Tristan is so commanding, so unshakably composed, that you often forget that he is, like the others, just the better. I quote, oh, wait, so what is it? Huh? So who was in the storage then? Wait, or is he a beta? No, is he an alpha posing as a beta? The plot thickens. A cold shiver creeps along your spine, but you don't back down. You're the one who confused him with Rudolph. Oscar's eyes glint with something strange, unreadable. His voice is low, quiet, as a thread as he straightens up again. Because there's no difference between the two. You suspect he means more than just their shared prank. But whatever he's implying, now is not the time nor the place to challenge him in front of everyone. A short silence settles between you, broken by only Oscar's sudden command echoing sharply across the hall, his tone unmistakably authoritative this time. Why hasn't the field been taken to the kitchen yet? Why is Edgar still fiddling with my rifles? Am I feeding the village worth of people here for nothing? For the first time in a long while, you feel it. His pheromones. I cannot grasp the whole thought of pheromones. What do you mean, like a product smell? It starts throwing you for a loop. You start doing the shimmy leg or whatever. Anyway, you feel it. His pheromones, faint but unmistakably present, stirring the air like an unforeseen fog. Your heart lurches before you even realize what's happening. They're not overwhelming, but they are far from ineffective. The entire hall seems to stir at once, spurred into motion, and while the betas around you obey blindly, blissfully unaware of the influence clouding their heads, you and Omega know better. Unfortunately, that doesn't make you immune. No matter how much you reason with yourself, something primal raises in you, a murmur of submission, of guilt, a trembling impulse to appease all of you displeased. Oh no! Oscar! What does hell mean, my lord? Have I making me angry? Shall I bow on one knee? Shall I curl your hair? I need to stop. I'm hating on this Oscar so badly. I can't take the alpha and omega pheromone thing, so Especially when everyone describes the Omega like this. Anyway, and Wes, the Alpha happens to be your fiance. But as an unmated Omega of your standing, you're expected to resist all such signals, even his. Fortunately, your training kicks in before instinct can win. Imagine you're like one of the maids or the butlers, right? And you're just standing there, like, oh, waiting for the master's orders, and you just randomly see the girl push down the dude and just straddle him. That would be so awkward. Like, what are you supposed to do? Are we supposed to leave? Or like, are we supposed to just stand there? But like, that's crazy. The clothes have left. I need to stop making that random stuff. Anyway, you managed to turn away, calm and compose, and face the housekeeper as though nothing had happened. The journey has exhausted me. Could you show me to a room where I can rest? Of course, my lady. I had a guest room in the west wing prepared for you. The fire has just been lit. If you wish, I can personally escort you there. You offered the stern woman a grateful smile, nodding your agreement. And in that moment you sat in, she knew about the dinner invitation. She must have, and she prepared for your arrival in advance. But Oscar didn't know? Cat, he knew. As you begin ascending the stairs along the housekeeper, your fiancé's beaming voice rings out behind you, catching up with startling ease. The East Wing room! And why is that? I want her place in the room in the East Wing. The housekeeper's eyes narrow in visible disbelief at the change, but she doesn't dare object. From the place on the steps, you can't see Oscar's expression, but his voice dripping with mockery reaches you all the same. I wouldn't want my beloved future spouse deprived of her usual silence. Can I just leap from the banister? Is that an option? You know how the West Wing's become indistinguishable from a school dormitory these days? You know the West Wing, in addition to the main building, is filled with newer, more comfortable rooms. The East Wing, by contrast, is older. Of course, having lived in one of the oldest manors in the region yourself, this is hardly something you complain about. Still, you can't help but suspect that this sudden change in Oscar's attempt at some subtle punishment. I hate it. Thanks. I hate it. There's no question in your mind that his motives lie somewhere far from genuine concern for your comfort. Regardless, you can neither read his mind nor openly oppose him. So in silence, you follow the housekeeper deeper into the manor. I would just be like, hey, yeah, I know what Oscar said, but like, can you still show me to that other wing? Like, brother, what is this? When you arrive at the room where you'll be spending the night, you see that red-hot sense of opulence, but he is unabated here as well. The bed linens, the curtains, the wardrobes, everything in the room has been chosen with an unmistakable sense of care and expense. Yet, despite their pristine condition, nothing quite manages to conceal how old they truly are. Do you know who this room used to belong to? The housekeeper's expression remains as composed and solemn as ever when she replies, I don't believe so, my lady. In all the time I've served at the manor, I've never seen it assigned to anyone in particular. Only, you glance up at her, attentive now to the pause in her speech. I do know that Lord Oinson stayed here for a time before marrying Lady Diana, my lady. If the room does not please you, I can inform the Lord of your wish to change it. I'm sure he would not object. It's clear someone from higher up, clearly not Oscar, has instructed him to treat you with the utmost care. Still, for a single night, there's no need to be overly particular. No, the room is lovely, thank you. I'll send someone at once to see to your needs, my lady. In the meantime, please make yourself comfortable. Once you're alone, the warm, flickering glow of the fireplace fills the room with a soft crimson light as you continue examining the furnishings. But nothing in particular stands out. Look at the photos. Perhaps this room once belonged to a previous master of Red Hot, lavishly furnished and then quickly forgotten by the new ones. Oscar's father might have chosen it to stay in, just out of convenience. In any case, you're deeply grateful to be spending the night here rather than in the cold and shadowed woods outside. Before long, the maid sent by the housekeeper arrives and assists you with your bath without requiring you to step out your room. The warmth of the water loosens your muscles, leaving your whole body draped in a sweet lethargy. And before long, you stop finding the unfamiliarity of the room strange at all. And you fall asleep. By the time a gentle knock on the door stirs you back to awareness, you've almost forgotten where you were. You sit up straighter in your armchair and bid the maid to enter.
You're expected in the dining room for dinner, my lady.
Your gaze drifts to the clock above the fireplace, confirming your sense that the hour is unusually late. Isn't it a bit late for dinner?
Here at Red Heart, dinner is always served at this time, my lady. Sometimes the meals last until midnight.
But you hear it both confuses you and becomes your unease. Is that so? Meals that I have attended usually started and ended earlier. But recalling that your last visit to Red Heart was before the first snow had fallen makes you question the reliability of your own memories. Oh, never mind. I don't think I could eat anything at this hour. I'm afraid I'll have to miss dinner.
That defeats the purpose of us coming out of here.
Ugh, why? In truth, your decision has less to do with your appetite and more with your desire to avoid encountering Oscar and his pheromones again tonight. Whether intentional or not, you know that spending time around an alpha carries risk for someone like you. Especially when the alpha is as arrogant, careless, and insufferably self-assured as Oscar. Hey, bring something up. The maid respectfully allows and leaves the room, only to return a short while later with a small serving cart. Figured. I heard the little wheels, so I was like... Then she quickly withdraws once more. You find an assortment of delicate sandwiches, buttery savory scones, thinly sliced cold meats, dried fruits, and a steaming bowl of soup waiting for you. You had only attempted to nibble a little, but by the time you realized that you've eaten nearly everything, finally understanding how hungry you had truly been. Not once during the journey had it ever crossed your mind to reach for anything from the food basket, so consumed you were by stress. Now full and warm, you feel like you could finally give it to the day's exhaustion and sleep through the night. But it doesn't take long for you to realize you were wrong. Despite how much time had passed since you slipped into bed, you still find yourself staring up at the arms of the chandelier on the ceiling. If this keeps up, sleeplessness may soon become a permanent affliction. Still, rather than dwell on that, you try to focus on solutions, at least for now. At last, you remember the books you left in the carriage, especially the one on necromancy, when you've been meaning to read for quite some time now. It seems unlikely that you'll find a better opportunity than this. Hoping the maid assigned to you is still awake, you reach for the bell beside your bed and give it a ring. Fortunately, she arrives just moments later. Though the hour is undeniably late, she responds with such calm composure that you find yourself wondering about the rhythms of Red Heart's nightly routine. Though, of course, you wouldn't dare ask her aloud. Has there been any news about Rudolph? I mean, the unconscious man I brought with me.
I was told the doctor is still with him, my lady, but there has been no updates yet as he's still examining him.
Although Rudolph's lingering state of unconsciousness serves a knot of unease in your stomach, there is little you can do besides wait for the doctor's report. Thank you. Before you go, could you please have my books brought in from the carriage?
Of course, my lady.
Once alone again, your gaze drifts toward the window. You haven't touched the heavy curtains since you arrived, but the distant howling of wolves carried faintly through thick stone walls draws you closer. Unlike your own manor, Red Heart sits atop a hill set apart from the edge of the woods. You're quietly grateful that the wild cries don't reach here with the same intensity. You part the curtains hoping Tristan has already arranged to deal with the hunters to address the problem. But the words vanish from your thought the moment you see what lies beyond the glass. The lake. Directly in front of you, still and silent. The moonlight drapes across its surface, turning the water into a sheet of silver. So beautiful and serene, especially compared to the dark forest surrounding it, that if only for a moment you could forget that it swallowed your family whole and left you behind to bear the silence. But you can't forget. You never will. You were never even allowed to say a proper goodbye, never permitted to see the frozen bodies of your mother and father dragged up from its depths. All you had were the remaining belongings, and the memory of your mother's missing wedding ring. It must have slipped from her finger as she clung to your father, to life. That ring, that magnificent one she never took off. Could it still lie at the bottom of that gleaming lake, hidden in the cold dark? Or had the whispering, guttural voice you heard after the burial been telling the truth? The thought poisons your mind and leaves you to see. You try to remember what the doctor told you, repeating it to yourself like a mantra. I mustn't think about it. I mustn't think about it. I should think of something else. For instance, what does that painting mean? Just then you hear a knock at the door. You put the curtain shut with one last effort, blocking the moonlight entirely before calling out. Still, the realization doesn't leave you. Oscar chose this room for you. This room with its view of the lake. He is taunting you, lady. I chose the wrong guy for you. I'm sorry. Whether the thoughtlessness or cruelty, I don't know, cruelty, I'm thinking of Cruella. Anyway, cruelty is proving yet again just how little he truly considers your feelings. When the maid steps into the room, she seems unaware of the storm in your chest. But the strange concern of her face, the slight worry in her raised eyes tells you something is amiss.
My lady, I'm afraid there's been a mistake. They are already taking your books to the library.
You continue staring at her, not quite understanding what's so concerning about that. Thankfully, she doesn't leave you in suspense.
I'm not allowed to retrieve your books from there, my lady. No one except the housekeeper is permitted to enter the library, and the housekeeper is currently with Lady Diana. I'm not authorized to disturb her in that condition. Please forgive my incompetence.
You still don't believe the situation warrants the kind of dread that making that poor girl squirm in front of you. You never thought you missed your own maid, Daisy. Complete lack of such delicate concerns. In that case, I'll go and fetch the books from the library myself. The startled look that flashes in the maid's eyes gives you a pause. Am I forbidden from entering the library? The word forbidden sends another wave of panic across her face, making it clear Red Heart holds such restrictions in very high regard. You can't help but think how much Tristan would enjoy that.
No, my lady, I wasn't told anything like that. I don't believe there's any restrictions applied to you.
Good. Then the matter is settled. You may rest. I don't think I'll be needing anything else tonight. You reach for your rope, preparing to step outside, when the maid who's been watching you silently suddenly speaks up.
If you like, I can escort you to the library.
I'd appreciate that. After all, you wouldn't even know where to begin looking for the entrance to the library in your fiancé's manor, which you've only visited a few times. Moving through the dim corridors lit only by candlelight. In the maid's hand, a chilling silence settles around you. Thankfully, it's pierced now and then by distant bursts of laughter, conversation, and uninterrupted music from another corridor, enough to assure you that you are still within the walls of Red Heart. At last, after navigating through several identical halls and climbing up and down more stairs than you'd care to count, the maid stops in front of a large door.
This is it, my lady. Unfortunately, even being here is considered improper for someone like me, so I'll need to take my leave. Would you like me to wait at the top of the stairs?
Noticing the faint glow waking through the slightly ajar door and realizing someone's inside, you find your confidence again and turn to her. That won't be necessary. Just tell me how to get back to my room. She does as you ask, then disappears down the hall in quick steps. Now who might be in the library? I wonder. Oscar's probably nosy trying to figure out what in the world we're reading. You narrow your eyes, trying to make out who's inside before knocking. You've attended enough of Oscar's gatherings to be sure he keeps company with at least a few well-mannered friends. And if someone here prefers books over wine and music, perhaps you found a decent conversation partner. But as you ease the door open a little farther, the figure seated in the armchair by the fire comes into full view. And two surprising fox greet you at once. It's Oscar! First, the person is entirely engrossed in the very book you came here for. The latest release from the notorious necromancer everyone's talking about. And second, unfortunately, It's Oscar. Also, it's Johnny. Like, this guy right here. People would have thought. I had a feeling, though. He was curious to see what we're reading. Either that or he knew that was going to come for the book. And he decided to just make it a whole jumping log. The person is Oscar. I can really say just screw you. I'm going home. You're in no state to deal with Oscar any longer tonight. At the very least, you're not foolish enough to do so by your own volition. Just head out. You move with slow, soft steps, hoping to avoid drawing his attention. And just as you reach the head of the stairs quietly, without incident, you find yourself face to face with the shadow. Out! It takes only a few moments to realize it's nothing more than your maid. Though she clearly disobeyed your instruction to leave, you choose not to mention it. After all, had she not stayed, you wouldn't have known your way back. Oscar's presence had already swept every other thought from your mind. Thanks to her, you return to your room, and the moment the door closes behind you, you sink into bed as they're counting sheep. When you were a child, your father swore by this method, claiming it worked for him every time. Though in his case, he'd begin with sheep and end up listing every animal he owned, then every plot of the land, every property, and indicates a sleepless night lies ahead. Yeah. Okay. To be continued. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Now I want to load it. Let's see what happens if I enter the library. Oh, we got music again. I don't know. It was just kind of normal without music. You can't quite stomach the thought of turning back just because Oscar is inside. But storming in as though nothing happened and simply reclaiming your book from him doesn't seem possible either. By the time you realize your hesitation at the door has lasted too long, it's already too late to retreat. Darling, if you had your fill of admiring me from a distance, why not try enjoying the view up close? Stop! Stop! My God! Stop! This guy is full of himself. He speaks without lifting his eyes from the book and is giving light out. A slight smirk curling at his lips, which is probably for the best. He doesn't even seem flustered. See the flustered, embarrassed look on your face in that moment. Bruv, I can't even read right. I couldn't read beforehand, but I can't even read now. Knowing that turning tail now would only seem more foolish, you step into the library with reluctant resignation. Contrary to the eerie image painted by your maid's words, the library isn't nearly as foreboding as you imagine. The shelves lining the walls hold books that seem worth a small fortune. Like the reason no servants are allowed in. You almost sigh in relief as you realize Oscar's pheromones, which had permeated the holier, now faded to a more bearable trace. Okay, cool. Keeping a safe distance between you finally speak. I only came here for my books, especially the one you're holding. Oscar's eyes lift from the page slowly, and instead of the marvel you expected, his expression carries a surprising wariness, almost sincerity. At this hour? Unless you're planning to share your bed with a corpse tonight, I doubt you need anything written in this book. But what if you'd assume I didn't want to sleep with a corpse? That is the song, right? Anyway, you hold his gaze, schooling your features into a neutral calm. There's nothing like that in the book. Are you calling me a liar? And how would you even know what's in here? You haven't read it at all. You can tell, even in this fatigue, Oscar has no intention of backing down from this game. And how would you know I haven't? With the flick of its wrist, look at the flick of the wrist. It lifts the book effortlessly into one palm, bringing it close to his face. You watch as he breathes, and deeply from the open page, his eyes closing for a moment. It's easy. These pages don't carry a trace of you. My guy is smelling each page. No, my wife hasn't tasted this page. No, she hasn't caressed this one. I can't. You flush hotly as you realize what he means. Your photos. Even though you're engaged until very soon, it still feels wildly inappropriate for him to speak so openly about it. The fact that you're alone together only worsens the situation. It's not like he's going to like bring you and then ayato you, just throw you on the couch or something, you know. I'm about to take you type moment. Like it's not gonna be that good.
Your eyes dart to the door, suddenly aware that what you had been sure was left open is now somehow shut.
The maid closed it, so that's why she was standing there.
Unlike you, Oscar seems entirely unbothered. When he opens his eyes again, his gaze is narrowed, intent, and disturbingly pleased. Even for such a feeble little Omega, I can sense them. Sense sweet, tense, but undeniably alluring.
Come here. Oh, sorry, hold on. I should have chosen this one first. Actually, no, I shouldn't have. Because then I would have been that interested in the path. Anyway, though his tone carries the weight of command, it brushes your ears as the softest, most delicious sound you've ever heard. And so did the sound of that window opening and me yoinking myself out. Anyway, before you even register it, your feet are moving. Stop. Stop.
No, but somehow you've already been persuaded. The atmosphere of the library shifts completely. It's because it's such an enclosed space. The air becoming warmer, heavier, infused with something intoxicating. A metallic yet rich aroma.
Please don't do anything. I have to go.
The time you've reached the space before his armchair, Oscar still hasn't moved. He only watches you. Eyes half-lidded, sharp and assessing. In the firelight, his hair gleams with the purest copper, and his lips look like ripe fruit, full and flushed. The way your fingers itch to reach.
Okay, I didn't call that. Hold on.
Breathe. A breath.
Anyway.
The way your fingers itch to reach for his hair, to take those lips. It feels so natural, so easy, almost inevitable.
Here's your book, my dear. You had nearly forgotten why you even came here in the first place.
So when he extends the book towards you, you hesitate, unsure how to react.
Or should I escort you back to your room and read you these fairy tales myself?
Though the offer feels dangerously tempting, your answer comes with a sharpness that even surprises you.
No. No.
Your fiancé flinches, just slightly, but then his lips stretch into a wide grin, effortless and mocking.
I was only teasing, darling. I have no intention of wasting my night playing nanny for you. You had me tweaking for a second until you became nonchalant. Unless you've got something tempting to offer in return. Okay, you can go head back into the library and just chill in the couches. There's half a buttered scone left in my room. Oscar lets out a low, amused chuckle that, even for a brief moment, manages to pull at your focus. How generous of you, my sweet. A bit of silence settles between you. Ooh. Sensing the moment's end, you reach out for the book, only for Oscar to yank it back before you can touch it. Okay, anyway, you're left with your hand suspended in the air as it catches your wrist with the deliberate. I had a feeling he was gonna be like, oh, here's your book. By the way, your wrist looks tasty. He barely managed to stop himself from stumbling into him, catching the side of his chair at this last second. But even that can't stop the space between your faces from narrowing. You feel your breath scattered across his lips, close enough to taste the heat radiating off of him. And you're ready for it to provoke to pretend you don't want more. Why is your hand so small? Until your eyes flash from his mouth to meet his gaze. And in that instant, everything warm inside you turns cold. Because you've never seen such a frigid, razor-sharp expression in those fire-lit blue eyes. They're blue? Do you see now? You can only resist me if I allow you. You had my flippin' hopes up high that he was actually going to do something decent. It's only now that you become fully aware of the hormones that had saturated the room. Unlike the faint command he used earlier in the hall to direct the servants, These are thick, oppressive, elderly, overwhelming. You've never been subjected to anything like this before, and every sense feels scrambled. You're vile, shameless, my creature. How dare you? I screwed up. Contemptible? I don't know. I butchered that, and I'll keep butchering it. My bad. My bad, y'all. I took it out of the fields. Anyway, even though he knows full well that such a thing is a grave taboo in your society, Oscar's expression doesn't shift an inch. All is fair in love and war. Love is war, love is war, love is war. And believe me, love is the last thing you'll find in Red Hall. The sooner you understand who you're dealing with, the better it'll be for you. I figured that out ages ago, thank you. Let me go. Shimmy. Okay, let me be serious. I need to be serious for once. This is why I can never take anything seriously. You struggle with all your strength, but it's useless. Your fiancé tightens his grip on your wrist instead of releasing you. You're so stuck in the past. You can't even see what's right in front of you. I can see your face. It looks very punchable right now. It's maddening how weak you are and yet so oblivious. You should be far too old to still believe in every fairy tale you read. How can I know if it's a fairy tale if I never read it? You feel something snap inside you. It's too much. Your voice erupts with all the fury you've held back, echoing against the library walls. Let me go. You catch the flicker in his lashes, the momentary falter in its composure. As you wish. And just like that, you're free. Without sparing him even a glance, I should have took some more books than just one. You bolt from the library. As you try to navigate Red Heart's dim corridor back to your room, your rage gives you way to something far worse. Regret. Normally, Oscar's words wouldn't have shocked or angered you so much. After all, even before your engagement, you knew what a bond between an Omega and an Alpha entailed. But something about tonight, about him, feels different. You can't shake the thought that Oscar meant to go beyond the boundaries society deems acceptable, especially when his own mother was infamous for keeping her Omega in a near constant haze of dominant hormones until he became more dependent than devoted. Still, no matter what, you don't want to believe that the Oscar you've known since childhood, that bright, cheerful boy who used to pull you into games from your quiet corner, could turn into someone like that. Maybe it was your mistake to think he was anything like his mother. And yet somehow, though you're sure you've gotten lost along the way, you find your room again. First thing you do is retrieve a small bottle from your handbag you never part with. Without hesitation, you take back the bitter medicine, drinking down half the vial. Your face contorts at the taste, but at least now you feel somewhat safer, less vulnerable to the office around you. Oh, is that like the little concealment? What is it called? Originally, it's like a little medicine thing that they take to suppress the pheromones. And then you won't be as subjugated to other pheromones as well. In any case, a sleepless night lies ahead. To be continued. Okay, now there's one more thing. Oh no! Hold on. What? The game closed on me. No. It doesn't want me to load again. Open. Okay. Oh, let me lock the game. On. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Can I load it? Okay. I don't know why. Hold on, let me go ahead and find the load one that I wanted though. That's not right. Where is it? Okay, hurry up. Hurry up, we're back. Okay. So, I'm assuming we got one CG. So I want to see if we can get the other one, which I have a feeling is going to be with Tristan. I want to see if it's true that Tristan is beta. But anyway, we're gonna go backwards this time. The young man dips his head in acknowledgement, and you sense that he too is relieved. You can't blame him. This journey has become nothing more than a treacherous gamble, and neither of you can predict what lies ahead. As you wish, my lady. I will inform the coachman at once. The door shuts, sealing you once more in the confined warmth of the carriage. The enclosed space provides a sense of comfort, if only temporary. A thought tugs at your mind. You never sent word to your fiancé about missing dinner, yet you easily push aside the concern, knowing you've made the right decision. The shadow in the forest had undeniably influenced your choice. Whether it was a poacher, a predator, or merely a trick of the light, the carriage jolts as the horses are urged to turn back. The motion is rough, though brief, and you hardly pay it any mind. You just want to go home. Days will undoubtedly be disappointed by your early return, and shall surely make it known for quite some time. But the thought of home fills you with a quiet relief. A fugitive impulse urges you to part the curtains once more. He's right there. And then a figure, a stark silhouette against the pristine snow. It does not vanish this time. It lingers. Any doubt of its reality dissolves as your heart hammers in your chest. Then it moves, and in a horrifying instant it is charging towards you. Your lips part in terror, but no sound escapes. You are too late to cry out, too late to warn the others. It is between you, disappear in the blink of an eye. A monstrous guttural growl fills your ears. You tightly shut your eyes to avoid witnessing this dreadful moment. Wait. The carriage shudders violently under the unnatural force. Your body is thrown against the other side of the carriage as the horse screams in fear. Coachman curses ceaselessly, but no amount of skill can steady the panicked beast. A second impact. Who is fighting? Wood splinters, and this time the sharp crack of gunfire is followed by something far more sickening, the brittle snap of body colliding with the carriage frame. Before you can understand what is happening, pain blooms through your lips. I want to shove myself over to the other side of the carriage. You're talking about they're attacking? That's crazy. The door. And then nothing. You wake to a world that offers no answer. Oh. Unlike the others, you somehow survived. But how? The doctors determined from your injuries, the fractures, the scars, that it must have been an animal attack. The horses spooked beyond control must have lost their footing on the icy roads leading to the catastrophe. You struggled to believe them because you saw it. You know it was more than a wild animal. Yet few are willing to listen. Even Tristan, who found you by chance while traveling the same road back through town, does not entertain your suspicions. But that is not your only problem. The doctors are certain you will never walk again. A single foolish decision has cost 2 innocent lives and your legs. No amount of regret will change that. But at least this time you know what must be done. During this last visit to the estate, you tell your fiancé the truth. His marriage will only be a burden to you, Oscar. I have no right to ask for this. You are free of your promise. He smiles light, but his gaze is razor sharp. I thought this was going to give me the fruit of Tristan, but instead Tristan has left the boat. How thoughtful of you, my dear. I came here to tell you the very same thing. Isn't it wonderful how we can agree without even speaking? Or at least, I will always remember you fondly, and every time I hunt, I should send you the finest catch. Pause. Okay, so Rudolph was knocked out, okay? Oscar just how happened to have been there. Oscar must have been... Wait. This was a setup. Okay, hear me out. Oscar pretended like he didn't know about the dinner. But even when we were actually made it there, Brody made zero effort of trying to do anything, right? That to do with us. Even gave us one of the ugly rooms, respectively, that even had the looming idea of terrible memories. He's a hunter. He goes out to poach. He's been wandering around. Now, could I say that these shadowy figure was him? No. But it had something to do with him. And he made sure that everyone was injured enough so he didn't get married to someone as quote-unquote low as us. This snarly little sneaking little even Tristan ain't in on side. The most exquisite, the most untouched. This gaze settles deliberately on your neck. On the scar left by the predator, every time you recall it, you skin prickles. It's a miracle you survived that creature in this state, if you truly survived it at all. Your wedding is cancelled. War. Okay. Now there's one. I think there's an option that we can choose. Hold on, let me read this. Blah 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 blah. Let me see here. There's said we got two endings? Question mark. Let's see here. There's 3 different endings, and 2 unlockable CGs. So we're missing 1 ending, I think. Question mark. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me go main menu real quick. Let's see. Extras, CGs. Okay. So yeah, we got. Hold on. Let me. Okay. Anyway, we got. As you can see, we got Oscars. Wow. But we're missing Tristan's. Endings. Your family, your wedding is postponed. Ooh, okay, well we got this ending. So we got quite a few more to go through. So we need to get you reunited with your family, and you gotta get your wedding is postponed. And I don't know which one of these will bring us to the promised land. Let me see here. I'm going to look at a few of these just right quick. Let's start from the beginning real quickly. I'd like to see my parents one last time. Trisha's question engaged meets yours, but you'd rather seem less sentimental than paranoid. Given the thoughtful and caring attitude your parents have always shown towards you, you are certain no one could find you unjust. You know, Tristan, known for his calm demeanor and logical approach, isn't exactly pleased with your request, but refusing you isn't an option. As my lady wishes, if you excuse me. Without waiting for a reply, he addressed the loosened collar of your coat with a practical air. Unlike you or the coachman, he seems completely unaffected by the cold. In moments like these, you can't help but wonder if he truly is. Once he's finished, Tristan turns to the coachman. The horse is ready. The coachman silently nods, betrays his discontent. Well, whatever the case, you're certain he'd rather be anywhere than in Tristan's place. A sudden, violent gust of wind forces you to cling tightly to Tristan, relying on his strength and warmth as much as you can. I'm hoping it's not going to crash again. When you reach your family's grave, nothing appears out of the ordinary at first glance. We must move quickly, my lady. The weather is worsening. You know, he's more concerned about you than himself. You can help but suddenly berate yourself for your impulsive decision. Perhaps this really is time to meet with a new doctor. The handkerchief isn't here. Let's go back. Wait a moment, Tristan. What is this fall? Didn't we choose something other than a handkerchief? Anyway, amidst the bouquet of white lilies he left on the ground, still easily scattered by the wind, one vibrant red flower stands out. As he pulls it free, Tristan's eyes narrow slightly. It appears to be a crimson lily, my lady. The hallucination you saw earlier flashes vividly in your mind, sending a shiver down your spine. But what's he doing here? His light gloom mixed in by mistake with the bouquet is prayer, my lady. You reach for the crimson lily in his hand and examine it closely. It's identical to the white lilies you selected for your family, except for its color. Oh no, I remember the bouquet perfectly. This is impossible. In that case, perhaps it was blown here by the wind from another grave. But all the flowers on that grave over there are red. Curiosity and determination compel you to rise on your tiptoes, trying to see the grave Tristan is pointing out. Indeed, on the snowy hill there are red specks, but you're not as convinced as Tristan that they're the same flower, or even flowers at all. At that moment, your careless stance catches up with you and your foot slips. In a desperate attempt to keep from falling, you grab onto Tristan's coat. For the first time, you manage to catch him off guard. His typically rigid posture wavers, and he leans towards you. You find his face suddenly, startlingly close to yours. Though his lips remain perfectly composed, his golden eyes flicker with an unusual, unreadable glimmer. If it's important to you, my lady, I can inspect every grave here one by one. Your entire body heaves with modification enough to make you momentarily forget the cold. With his help, you manage to regain your balance once more. I think I said don't check the grave, so let's check the grave this time. Not every grave. You know this is sheer foolishness, yet you press on. I want to check the grave. Tristan's hesitant gaze shifts between you and the hill. My lady, if you will allow it, I'll check that grave myself. There's no need for you to trouble yourself in this weather. I need to see it with my own eyes. Stubbornness isn't a trait you're usually known for, yet the firmness in your voice leaves Tristan with little choice. Please, my lady, stay as close to me as possible. The ground might be icy. Yeah, we need you to catch me again at my phone. You said you can't leave me well. Anyway, nodding quickly to brush off his concerns, your thoughts are consumed by one thing, the origin of the crimson lily. Perhaps that's why, even though you hadn't gone far, you failed to notice the freshly snow-covered pit right in front of you. Bruh. Let me forget I already got another ending. It all happens in a fleeting moment right after you let go of Tristan's arm to adjust your coat. He says, as soon as you step forward, the dry grass, barely covering the pit, crackles under your weight and gives way, and in a blink of an eye, you find yourself in a cold pit. This place, too narrow for a grave, makes it impossible for you to get out on your own. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for Tristan to rush to your aid and pull you out. However, as you hurry back home in the carriage, the numbing effect of the cold begins to wear off. The pain in your leg intensifies to a level you can no longer ignore. Ah, shucks, that's crazy. The doctor hastily summoned to the manor informs you that your condition is worse than you thought. There's no choice but to postpone the wedding. Unlike your fiancé and his family, who rushed to the mansion upon hearing this bad news, you can't say this little accident has made you particularly unhappy. After all, while the entire household and your fiancé dote on you, eagerly waiting your recovery, you now have the perfect excuse to spend the snowy winter days confined to your bed. If only it weren't for the pain. Well, that was quick. Okay, we got a different ending. So that's ending 1. That would have ended very quickly if I chose to just follow the leader. Okay, now let me see here. I need to figure out. So these here, that's one ending. We're gonna go and start from here, I guess. I'm trying to get the last ending and that last CG. So let's see here. The decision is mine to make. Tristan, I'll let it slide this time, but I don't want you bringing it up again. Since you avert your gaze, you can't quite make out the expression on Tristan's face. However, the unusually hesitant tone in his voice proves that he's taken the warning to heart. I'm grateful, my lady. I assure you it won't happen again. As time passes, you hear the eerie creak of the wrought iron gates surrounding the state's grounds. The sound signaled the end of the journey. Descending from the carriage, you clutch your bag tightly. Hidden beneath your handkerchief lies the crimson lily found at the grave. The dark silhouette of Mana greets you with all its gloom in the middle of the white landscape. Even though this has disturbed you since childhood, you cannot deny that over the years it has unintentionally grown you to this place. When your fiancé expressed a desire to live here after your marriage, enjoying the manor's atmosphere, it was one of the few decisions you made together. Due to its age and size, the manor has never been adequately warm or well lit. Still, as you step inside, the familiar sense of comfort and security relaxes you. Your maid Daisy hurries over with quick steps to help you out of your thick outerwear. She looks at you with a warm expression as if seeking forgiveness for some unspoken guilt. Shall I prepare your bath? You decide to set aside the topic of a new maid for now. Yes, please. As you climb the stairs, you overhear Trishka giving her instructions. Make sure the bath is properly heated. Also bring chamomile tea with honey and lemon. Without a single protest, Daisy bows to him in a manner she is clearly accustomed to, and the flicker of rebellion ignites within you. However, you realize that scolding and punishing the maid will only be a superficial solution. The real battle you need to fight is against Tristan. You must weaken his authority in the mansion and start by changing his order. Still, you are too tired to challenge the established order in the manor. It's a fatigue that has been intensifying in recent days, robbing you of restful sleep. It feels as if every step you take tightens invisible chains, weighing you down, forcing you to stop. You try to tell yourself this is just wedding stress. At least you don't have a more reasonable explanation for it. Not yet. The oppressive silence of the manor, filled only with the sound of crackling firewood and distant footsteps, is suddenly interrupted by the creak of a door. Your eyes quickly find your maid, who has appeared at the entrance.
The bath is ready, my lady.
Thank you, I'm coming. As you step into the bathroom, the stifling heat envelopes you. It's much warmer and more humid than usual. Steam rises from the water in the tub, filling the room with a pale glow and fogging the windows at the top of the bathroom.
How is the temperature, my lady?
You want to ask her to open the window, but the warmth quickly surrounds you, spreading to every corner of your body. It's fine.
I'm glad. But I mentioned you'd stayed outside for quite some time. This will do you some good.
With Daisy's help, you manage to easily slip out of your clothes. With Daisy's help, the ties to your clothes loosen and fall away. In a short time, a pile of fabric forms at your feet, and you can feel the heat directly on your bare skin. Honestly speaking, I'm still curious if the tea had anything to do with it, or if I'm just paranoid.
Since it's still light outside, I don't think you'll
need many candles. Daisy lights a few candles quickly, then turns together the pile of clothes.
Would you like me to assist you while you bathe, my lady?
Naked and vulnerable, you suppress the chill that rises within you and move toward the tub. No need, Daisy, thank you.
Don't forget to drink your tea.
The closing door echoes in the room as Daisy departs. Slowly lowering your body into the warm water, you sink entirely into the tub. At that moment, the pleasant and refreshing aroma from the side of the tub catches your attention. I'm not going to drink the tea this time. I'm going to see if it's actually meant for something. Since you weren't the one who requested this tea to be prepared in the first place, you ignore the seeming cup. You can't allow Tristan to control you like the others. The warmth of the water in the tub soon relaxes all your muscles, trapping your body into a sweet lethargy. Sleep envelops you, inevitably, and pleasantly closing your eyes. When you open your eyes again, you have no recollection of how long you drifted off. Judging by the lukewarm water in the tub, it could not have been too long. You sit up, reach for a nearby towel to dry off, and slip into your robe before leaving the bathroom. Oh, okay. We're great. As you walk through the corridor to your room, you notice something peculiar in the silence that surrounds you. A sound, somewhere between a growl and a rumble, reminds you both of an animal breathing and a machine operating. Is it Tristan? Curiosity sparks as you head to the end of the hallway where the growling noise becomes noticeably louder. Wait, is that why he couldn't hear us? You tried to guess where in the manner the sound could be coming from. Wait, ascending the stairs, you notice that no one seems to be around. Where is everyone? Daisy? The mansion is enveloped in a terrifying sense of abandonment, save for you and the sound of your footsteps echoing the halls. The wheezing noises seem to concentrate near the staircase leading down to the basement. You've never ventured into the underground cellars before. You've heard that from Daisy that it's filled with rats and a multitude of forgotten old items. You also know that Tristan, unlike the previous butler, has an interest in new machines to make work easier, though many of them ended up broken and left to rust down there. The staff must be down there now, tending to a new machine under Tristan's order. Just as you're about to head back to your room, a sudden curiosity takes hold of you. Go down there, please. You slowly descend the mansion's ancient stairs. Please, yes. The dim light makes it hard to see, but you eventually reach a damp and cold space at the bottom. The wheezing grows louder, transforming into a hum that reverberates through the walls. You're no longer sure if the source of this noise is a machine. Is there anyone there? Horror movie, 10 out of 10. Is there anyone there? There's no one there until you ask. Tristan? The shadows around you seem to multiply, but there's no response. Your heartbeat quickens, your breathing turns rapid, and you decide to abandon this unpleasant curiosity, but it's too late now. One of the shadows moves, lunging towards you, but your instinct kicks in, and you manage to dodge it. That is, until your foot catches on something on the ground. You fall, and the sharp blow to your head happens in an instant. Oh, I guess this is the other ending. Before your vision fades, one thing becomes clear. The shadows, they're not human. Bruh. And what? Where is the CZ with Tishton? Hold on. Okay, so with the bathtub. Okay, so the bathtub, if we choose any other options than the ones we chose beforehand, then it's going to take us out. Hooray, we got the other endings. Now we just gotta figure out how to get to Tristan. Okay, so we're gonna go back to here. Can this be discussed later as the butler is duty? Okay, let's keep grilling him. Tristan pauses for a moment, then withdraws respectfully. Please forgive my incompetence, my lady. You can rest assured that such confusion will never happen in the manner again. As we retreat to your room, Daisy carefully dries and dresses you, but your thought remains in tangled mess. You can barely follow her words as she continues, her gaze filled with gratitude never leaving you. Believe me, my lady, I came as soon as I heard your voice. I just wanted to tidy up your belongings while you were bathing, and as one of your perfumes were almost empty, so I went downstairs to send a servant to order a new one. You know, the wedding is approaching, and everything must be perfect. Why? Hold on. Why am I getting this I'll read it in a minute. I'm trying to get this last one. Let me get this last one. As for a strong white snow left in your there isn't a single mark. You could have guessed Snow wouldn't do such a thing. Now peacefully curled up and sleeping near the roaring fireplace. I still gotta say Snow is probably best boy. Catching your gaze on the dog, Daisy and Millie speak up. I had nothing to do with that bloody mill, my lady. Bloody mill? I mean, the blood and snow. Maybe he slipped outside and caught a rabbit or something. My bad. Okay, anyway. I'd never go against Christians or rather your orders. Got people contacting me. I don't know why. But anyways. You know, at least in this manner, she isn't lying, or more precisely, she can't lie. Thank you, Daisy. Since Daisy is taking these marks more seriously than usual due to the approaching wedding, you wait for her to finish her work so you can be alone. I'm trying to see why. I don't know why this is not working. The phone's acting absolutely goofy. Anyway. Afterwards, you tried to process everything that happened during the day. After all, you need to make a decision eventually. First, the blood-stained lilies in the cemetery, then the blood-filled bathtub. They are quite different from the hallucinations you've experienced before. That's why finding a solution doesn't seem as easy as you'd hope. If the crescent lily in the cemetery was really dragged from another grave, and Snow just stole raw meat from the kitchen. Oh, what am I even thinking? Of course, that must be what happened. You try to push these nonsensical thoughts aside and focus on the upcoming wedding, and the details demanding your attention, but before long, sleep overtakes you. In the middle of the night, you slip out from beneath the heavy blanket that sure would woke you. You approach the window beside the bed and peer outside. The dark forest starting where the high garden walls end is cloaked in an airy stillness and silence tonight. None of the wolf howls that filled the recent nights reach your ears now. Stepping away from the window, your gaze returns to your room, warm and brightly lit by the gleaming fireplace. Daisy insists on not leaving you alone, sleeps peacefully in the chair by the fireplace, her head resting against its back. Snow curled up at her feet shares the same tranquility. Despite the nightmare you experience in the bathtub, you desperately need the peaceful sleep you found there. You start thinking of something that could help you achieve it. You consider what might help you and think of chamomile tea as your best option. At least for now, the hot bath is out of the question. Not wanting to disturb Daisy's sleep, you decide to head to the kitchen. Someone there is bound to be awake, preparing for the day ahead as work in the kitchen starts earlier than the rest of the manor. Trying to get this to work. Wrapping yourself in your robe, you slip quietly into the hallway. Oh goodness, why is it? I'm sorry, I just got this thing having me do extra steps in this and change. Trying to get this, trying to multitask really quickly, and I'm doing a terrible job at it because I can't read and try to do this at the same time. Clearly. The oppressive atmosphere of the manor combined with the chill of silence of the night feels overwhelming. You quicken your pace as you descend the stairs and head toward the kitchen. But despite the lit lamps and the boiling pot on the stove, the kitchen is empty. Your steps almost instinctively lead you to the other side of the kitchen, to the open door leading to the corridor where the storage rooms are located. In the dark hallway, you easily spot the only door ajar, light spilling through the gap. However, the sounds coming from inside, moans, perhaps warn you against approaching. The only thing you are certain of is that Tristan is in there. I want to approach! Why can't I approach? Return. You know that encountering an appropriate scene would suit someone like you. Whatever happening there, you're confident that Tristan would never let it interfere with his duties. With few other options, you decide to return to your room. Crawling back into your bed, you wake helplessly for sleep to take you. Snow barking a few times in the sleep makes your effort more challenging, yet Daisy remains undisturbed. Eventually, as the few rooms start to brighten with the first light of dawn, your eyes finally close, only to open again a few hours later. A new day. No matter how long you sleep, you wake up at the same time every morning without exception and have your breakfast. After all, the rules of the house are so deeply rooted and unshakable that they control even you, the master of the estate. Still, that does not change the fact that you need them. You have no idea how things would function without them. When you leave the dining room and take your place at the writing desk, the letters you need to respond to are already waiting for you. In the winter months, the estate and its lands are wrapped in an even deeper silence into the weight of snow. No sound of the heavy door knocker announcing a visitor, no distant rumble of carriage wheels passing by. The only connection you have to the outside world is these letters. During this season, there are usually so few that reading them every couple of days and delivering the necessary replies to Tristan before noon is a simple and routine responsibility. With the ornate letter opener passed down from your father, you sliced through the envelopes and glanced through their contents with the ease of habit, without much thought. Catalogs from boutiques in town. You are certain your wardrobe has undergone enough changes due to the wedding. Can you try really quickly handle this again? Hold on. Hunting invitations from neighboring estates. You never found fox hunting in the cold to be an enjoyable activity. A note from an maternal relative offering the regrets for being unable to attend the wedding and sending well wishes. This serves as the final confirmation that none of your maternal relatives, those not too distant to have received invitations, will be present at the ceremony. Given their distance, the reluctance to undertake such a journey in winter is understandable. Let's see. Yikes. Alright. Anyway. Not that it makes much of a difference to you. You merely fulfilled your duties as expected. Sorry for, like, all the random breaks and takes. Folks randomly contacting me like, hey, help, Tosca, take her to die. And I got so much see. Anyway. A brief update from your lawyer awaiting your instructions regarding a few minor issues related to the properties. That you can easily leave to Tristan. And a dinner invitation dates today from a Red Hot Manor. The Red Hot Manor belonging to your closest neighbors, your fiancé and his family. For the past few months, you have politely declined every invitation you received, citing poor health due to the season. For a moment, you considered doing the same thing with this one. After all, the letter states that it is merely a small intimate dinner. Ink spills from the tip of your pen onto the paper, forming a series of well-rehearsed words, apologies, and another refusal. I really hope that they do not gatekeep Tristan's CG with that one part at the start that's like, you know, view or go back to your room. Oh, I'm be so mad. Just as you were about to finish your letter, you hear a knock at the door and you lift your head. Come in. It's the Wooford. Contrary to your expectations, it's not your butler who enters but your maid, carrying a silver tray followed closely by Snow, who dashes into the room. I brought you tea and some refreshments, my lady. You try to recall when you made such a request. Yet as you attempt to remember, even the moment before grows hazy in your mind. You forget why you were writing the letter in front of you in the first place. Seeing the bewilderment on your face, Daisy's eyebrows lift in alarm. Last time you said a single plate of refreshments would be enough as long as there were no guests. Or at least I thought that's what you said, my lady. If you prefer, I can ask them to prepare the large serving tray right away. Your dog, after allowing himself to be petted for a while and devouring the biscuit Daisy accidentally dropped on the floor, quickly moves away from you and heads to the burning fireplace. You shake yourself as if rosing from sleep. The letters, petting your dog, Daisy driving with a tray, it all reemerges in your mind as nothing more than links to in a chain of routine, a cycle that repeats without the need of any request. No, Daisy, thank you for doing exactly as I asked. But what about the moment of forgetfulness? It feels as though the exhaustion in your body is seeping into your mind. You push the thought aside and return to your letters without delay. As Daisy, relieved from her earlier nervousness, sets the shade down on the table, her eyes catch one of the opened letters. I think it's the same thing as an envelope. Her enthusiastic voice slices through. Let me see here. Yeah, it's this envelope, bruh. I keep saying letters. Her enthusiastic voice slices through the quiet ambience. the quiet ambience of the small study like a blade.
I didn't know you were writing to Lord Asgard. My lady, please forgive me for interrupting.
Unfortunately, the words you've penned lack the romance and passion she's likely imagining. You're well aware of how betas romanticize Omega and Alpha's marriages, envisioning them as born to perfect compatibility, intense attraction, and unwavering devotion. Yet in reality, these unions forged for power and status require no such conditions. Still, in this moment you realize something important about Oscar's letter, something that nearly escaped your notice. The problem lies in the handwriting. The dinner invitation was not written or signed by your fiancé, but by someone else, merely posing as him. Oscar's action is either a gross act of negligence or a blatant display of disrespect, or perhaps both. Taking the letter you wrote to your fiancé in hand, you rise from your chair and approach the fireplace. Just before you let the paper slip into the rising flames, you turn to Daisy. Could you summon Tristan for me?
Of course, my lady.
As you watch the letter ignite with a sharp hiss and crumble into ash, your thoughts begin to crowd your mind, filling the silence Daisy leaves behind as she departs. You're well aware that communication between you and Oscar has dwindled as the wedding approaches, but you are not sure which of you is more at fault for that. Before the marriage decision was announced to you, the familiarity of being neighbors with Oscar, along with the social ties of belonging to the same circle, should have naturally fostered a smooth, effortless bond between you. At least that was what your guardians had told you. Yet now, you can feel that bond stretched to thin, on the verge of snapping at any moment. And if it does, you have no idea what waits you on the other side. The only certainty is that your guardians and your place in society would not approve, and that you must attend this dinner tonight. A firm commanding knock echoes through the small salon, drawing your gaze toward the entrance. Daisy Tristan, the fine butler. As Tristan bows before you with his unusual position, you notice his gaze lingering on you with more scrutiny than usual, as though he's assessing whether you are still under the influence of yesterday's hallucinations. To be fair, you cannot say for certain yourself. Summoned me, my lady. I am at your service. Hope you are feeling better today than you did yesterday. You respond in a steady voice, motioning toward the writing desk. I am Tristan, thank you. The letters are ready for delivery. You may take them from the desk. But before I respond to the lawyer, I wanted to hear your thoughts. You catch the way Tristan's golden eyes narrow slightly, realizing that this will be no different from any of your usual conversations. His gaze shifts swiftly from you to the desk as he moves toward it, prepared to carry out your request. Yet before leaning over the scattered envelopes and letters, he hesitates. You have no doubt that Daisy has already informed him of what transpired. The letter from your fiancé, your response, and the fact that you burned it. The lawyer's letter is in the corner. Tristan, bowing his head, sheds his pretended hesitation in approaching your desk, filled with personal correspondence, encouraged by his implicit approval. Still, for a fleeting moment, his eyes drift elsewhere, somewhere other than that lawyer's letter. The moment passes quickly. The issue in the letter seems to be more serious than stated, my lady. If I may offer my humble opinion, it would be wise to send a trusted person to assess the situation before granting the lawyer the approvals he seeks. His ever-calm voice makes it easy to trust him without question. After all, in 5 years, you have never encountered a reason not to. You may handle it as you see fit, Tristan, but I believe it must be done swiftly. I will go to town this afternoon to take care of the necessary correspondence, my lady. There is no need for concern. I will also speak with a few hunters from the village regarding the wolf problem in the forest. And I have already given the kitchen staff proper instruction regarding your dog's diet. I do not believe we will encounter the issue again. If there is anything else you require, my lady, you need only say the word. In the silence that follows the soft, rhythmic breathing of snow dozing by the fire filled the room. It is clear with all these tasks, Tristan will not be able to accompany you to Red Hot Manor tonight. Though you are not accustomed to traveling alone, the mutual dissatisfaction between your fiancé and your butler makes Tristan's absence the more appropriate choice for dinner. After a brief hesitation, you make your decision. Have the coachman prepare for the evening, Tristan. I will be attending dinner with the Red Hot Manor at
For a fleeting moment, something like surprise flashes through Tristan's golden eyes, an expression you are not used to seeing from him. Yet his voice remains composed, unwavering. Forgive me, my lady. Did you mean this evening? I did. Please see to your task. I will go below. You know that Tristan cannot press the matter outright, and so takes another approach. My lady, forgive my impertinence. But with the recent heavy snowfall, I have concerns about whether the road to Red Heart Manor is possible for a carriage. Had there been more time, I would have sent someone ahead to inspect it. In this weather, there is a high risk of your carriage getting stuck in the snow or, God forbid, an accident occurring. It's written several. The thought of the carriage was sinking into an unseen ditch, of the axle breaking, of the horses panicking and injuring themselves. For someone who does not enjoy travel to begin with, these are not mere inconveniences, they are nightmares, especially given your recent exhaustion and hallucinations. But the dinner is important. You must see your fiancé soon, before the impression that you have neglected him takes root. Are you suggesting I ride on horseback instead? Tristan knows better than anyone that you do not get along with horses, and that you would never willingly ride one in this weather. So I'm pretty much trying to get his CG, but what I'm doing is I'm going to choose all the opposite choices. Since it's only been like 2 choices each, I'm choosing the opposite ones in hopes that I get led to Brody with the Jody. He understands the irony in your voice. For a moment, his expression darkens. Do not mean to wound him, only to remind him that he must respect your decisions. I misspoke, my lady. Of course, it's my duty to ensure you travel safely, whenever and wherever you wish. I believe it would be best for a rider to accompany the carriage, ensuring the coachman is informed of the road's condition in advance and keeping watch over it. This will make it easier to send for help or to turn back should anything go amiss. Additionally, I ensure that provisions, blankets, and anything else necessary for your comfort during the journey are prepared. I'm certain you will reach Red Heart Manor without issue. I still have a doubting feeling that the only way I can get his CG is to that one button I wasn't able to push. His words instill enough confidence for you to commit to the journey, even if his expression suggests otherwise. Lately, you have not only lost trust in others, but in yourself. Perhaps this trip will help you reclaim some of it. Or at least, you will wish to believe so. Later in the evening, though Tristan is no longer at the manor, the instructions he left behind ensure that everything proceeds seamlessly. My bad. My throat is like, rah! Probably because I was fangirling earlier, but anyway. By the time the coachman informs you that all preparations are complete, you leave your room ready to depart. Though dinner is still hours away, everyone, including yourself, agrees that it is best to set out early. Daisy follows you with eager steps, seeing you off, and though she is the only one pleased about your attendance at this dinner, you find a small sense of relief in that. While her and Snow excitedly dashes around your feet, spending an evening walk. If dinner stretches late into the night, please do not rush back, my lady. I am certain Lord Oscar would be kind enough to offer your accommodations for the night. Gives you pause. You recall that until now, neither your fiancé nor you have ever spent the night at each other's mansions. Considering that you are neighbors, this is quite surprising. No doubt. Daisy, still caught up in her delights, does not notice the irony in your voice.
If that is the case, you'll need a maid to assist you. Lord Oscar will surely assign the best in his house to attend you. But no matter who he chooses, she will not be me. If you wish, I can prepare at once and accompany you, my lady. As the servant pulls the door open, the wind rushes in, carrying the frigid air of the outside world into the entryway. The sudden chill, coupled with a brief hesitation, delays your response for a moment longer than intended. Unlike Tristan, Daisy will undoubtedly spend the entire journey chattering about the upcoming wedding without pause. That's very thoughtful of you, Daisy, but I may not need the company. I might not even wish to complete the journey to Red Hot Manor. Daisy, struggling to keep snow from darting outside, stares at you in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss of words. You don't wish to shatter her romantic notions so bluntly, but you continue regardless. Please look after the snow while I'm gone. Before your resolve can falter, you swiftly descend the manor steps and head toward the waiting carriage. As you settle into the carriage, the door shuts behind you with a firm thud, sealing you away from the cold and the dim, heavy silence of the winter night. Everything inside has been prepared for your comfort, everything blankets, a basket overflowing with refreshments, and a few books you recently acquired but have not yet read. I do have a feeling, I think I'm right, because it seems like everything is still following the same thing. There should be enough to keep you occupied. The carriage lurches forward, beginning its journey. For a while you find yourself gazing outside, watching as the high garden walls of the estate fade into the dense woods beyond. The snow drapes over the trees, covering their branches in a pale, bluish-white shroud. It is a breathtaking sight, one that is both enchanting and unsettling. Then a sharp, thin, and fragmented sound cuts through the stillness. Yeah, it's following the same thing. I think the only way we can get Tristan is through that one button at the top. Your ears strain to catch its source, but before you can pinpoint it, a dark figure moves in the depths of the forest. You don't know how long it has been there, but the moment your gaze lands upon it, it vanishes as if aware that you have seen it. A trick of the eye, perhaps. Yet an uneasy shiver runs through you, as if unseen eyes are still watching. Most likely it was a poacher who had wandered into the woods and feared being caught. That must be all. Still, you draw the curtains over the wood windows before returning. You focus the book in your lap, skimming its pages without observing a single word. At first, you barely notice the subject of deceleration of the carriage. It is only when the horses come to a full stop that you grip only the book tightens. The muffled sound of boots crunching through the snow draws closer. Your heart pounds, though you keep your gaze trained on the book. Then the door creaks open, and a familiar face from the manor stands before you. The rider who had accompanied your journey, the one the coachman had called Rudolph. His silvery hair glows faintly under the light, a striking resemblance to Tristan's. You suspect he too must have come from one of the villages surrounding the estate. The road is nearly blocked with snow. There's bound to be ice. It hasn't been used much lately. To continue, you will have to slow down significantly, my lady. Tristan's warning is proving accurate once again, does little to ease your frustration. And even if you pass on, it's clear you'll be late for continuing the path at this pace. As you weigh your options, a sound of thin fractures and aching cuts through the silence. It startles you. This time it echoes deeper within the woods. With a shadow, you catch it again. You catch it now, pressed against the trunk of a tree, much closer than before. Your hand lifts almost of its own accord, pointing it out to Rudolph before your mind can register the movement. Yet the moment he turns to look, it's already gone. The rustling branches, stirred by the wind, whispers through the trees. The eerie sensation comes up your spine again. This time, you're certain something or someone has been watching you from the entire journey. And if not, then the alternative is that it's all in your mind. You force yourself to move with measured caution as you turn back to Rudolph. Did you hear that just now? His response is immediate. Of course, my lady. Likely a predator. I couldn't quite place it, but in this weather, anything you saw was probably it. They saw their numbers have grown significantly in the forest lately. What are they looking for? His eyes gleam as he answers. Food, my lady. Just like the rest of us. But it's no need for concern. We have rifles with us. He pauses after adding, what is your decision? Shall we turn back or do we continue forward? So we're going to continue going because I know if we stop, that's just going to be the end of it. So as you can imagine, my lady, I'll inform the coachman immediately. As the door closes and includes the weight of the carriage, fills you with a sense of safety and warmth, offering you some comfort, but you know it won't last long. With nightfall, the dropping temperatures and growing fatigue will make the journey increasingly difficult. Yet, thinking of Oscar's indifferent and mocking nature, you doubt he sees much significance in this arduous trip. You are just about to tell the horseman to turn back when, despite not having traveled too far, the carriage suddenly lurches forward with alarming speed. It takes only a moment for you to realize this isn't the coachman doing. You're sliding on ice. Thrown off balance, you instantly reach for something to hold on to, but it's useless. You fall into the carriage floor. Fortunately, the thick pile of blankets cushioning your lantern spares you from any serious harm. At the same time, the horses come to an abrupt halt, managing to stop the carriage. Your heart pounds so violently that the sound roars in your ears, nearly drowning out the noise of the carriage door opening. My lady, I'm fine. Rudolph exhales in relief as he realizes you're unharmed. Merely tangled in the thick blankets, with his help, you stand and step out of the carriage. Though your breath fogs your vision, it doesn't take long to grasp the situation. The carriage has veered off the road, crashing through the trees, and the horses are now buried up to their bodies in a snow-covered bog. A wave of regret burns through you like fire, while the other two assess the situation. You remain silent, merely listening. We should go find help. Don't be ridiculous. By the time help arrives, the horses will be dead. Shut up and help me. With Rudolph's assistance, the coachman manages to unfasten the horses from their harnesses and straighten the carriage. But saving the horses will take far more effort. Standing on the roadside, watching them struggle, you can feel the weight of their stolen glances, the silent accusations pressing down on you. Getting on the ease, settle on your shoulders like an unbearable burden. You cannot shake the feeling that something worse is coming, something worse is coming, that something hidden in the darkness, lurking behind the trees is watching you. But you can't point out every shadow that surrounds you. You can't bury them and get another problem. Helplessly, you retreat into the carriage and wait. Despite the comfort it offers at this moment, the carriage feels no different from a cage. With no other way, you shrug yourself. You pick up your book once more, trying to drown out your thoughts. Suddenly, finding yourself in darkness, your first reaction is confusion. But the weight of the book resting in your lap makes you realize you must have dozed off while reading. After what happened in the bathtub yesterday, you have no idea how you managed to fall asleep so easily outside in the middle of the forest. This time, it feels as if you merely blink, yet exhaustion still clings to you. Then an eerie shiver crawls over your skin, unrelated to the cold. Only now do you notice the carriage is still not moving. But the sky is already pitch black. The only sound is the howling of the wind. The instincts scream at you not to step outside, but what about the silence, the stillness? Summoning your courage, you push the blankets off your trembling hands and crack the carriage door open. Snowflakes drift gently in the air, brushing against your face, but the silence greeting you is far from soothing. The trees around you, cloaked in deepening the shadows, seem larger, misshapen, distorted. I suppose Rudolph is right. We need to call for help. But as you step to the front of the carriage, your words freeze in the air, just like your breath. The horses stand ready, harnessed, prepared to depart. Then what are they waiting for? More importantly, where are the others? Your gaze darts around in growing dread. You know with absolute certainty that they wouldn't have left you here alone, which means if something emerged while you were asleep in the carriage, you try to reassure yourself by recalling Rudolph's words. They had rifles. He told you not to worry. Yet a whisper from deep within tells you that their rifles may be no more useful than a child's toy. The moon above spills in cold silver light onto the road, making the snow glisten like a path to a fairy tale film. But something mars this enchanting scene, a stain, a deep crimson stain that unsettles your senses for too much. Lifting your head, you see more of them, a dozen of them. No, it can't be possible. It's impossible. They must belong to some poor animal. The others must have encountered something urgent, something that required them to leave suddenly. They'll be back any moment now. But no matter how hard you try, you cannot bring yourself to believe this hopeful scenario. Your step instinctively urges you back to the safety of the carriage, yet guilt anchors you in place. If only you had been reasonable. If only you had turned back before the accident. If only you had never set out at all. An animal, just an animal. It has to be. But no matter what you tell yourself, the truth seeps into your body, into your bones, like a melting crimson stain spreading through the snow. Your heart pounds wildly, as if it might burst through your ribs. Every fiber of your being screams at you to retreat. Get back inside, lock the door, and wait. For how long? Tristan will find you, surely. He always does. But what if something else finds you first? There's no way out. The red trail beckons you deeper into the forest, pulling you forward against your better judgment. As you see a pool of blood beneath the tree trunk, and in its center a man, lying motionless as if dead. Even before stepping closer, you know it's Rudolph. Your hands fly to your mouth, trapping the scream that turns into a hard lump in your throat. No, no, no. God, please. Despite the burning in your lungs from uneven breaths, despite the sharp ache twisting through your muscles, you desperately want to believe this is not real. A hallucination, maybe, like yesterday. But no matter how many times you blink, the scene before you just not change. Then you notice it, the weak rise and fall of his chest. He's still breathing. Why is it taking so long for me to get this other man's FBCG? Rudolph. Anyway, how could he still be alive after losing so much blood? At that moment, the sound of snapping branches reaches your ears, and a shadow emerges suddenly among the trees like a ghost. It moves so fast that you have no chance to scream or run. You are completely trapped. As if your body is no longer under your control, your legs suddenly refuse to support you, and you collapse into your knees. Like prey ready to be hunted, you should have never come to the forest. The only thing still under your control is your mouth. You manage to move your lips. No, you can't eat me. I'm not food. As the shadow draws closer, its terrifying bulk shrinks down to human proportions, and the eerie silence of the forest is broken by a powerful, energetic laugh. I'm sure you're not food, my dear. At the very least, I'd take a well-seasoned Vincent steak over you. You got my hopes up for nothing. Boo! And I was hyped before seeing him, like, now it's just boo! You suck! Anyway, a moment later, the shadow becomes clearer, his jacket, the ornate hunting rifle in his hand, the blood-red gleam of his hair in the darkness, and the sharp cut of his jawline, all the details that make him Oscar, your fiancé. Unlike the last time you saw him, surrounded by luxury and grandeur. At the lavish gathering now, you find him standing in the cold, dark depths of the forest. For a moment, your mind struggles to comprehend it. You even fear that it might be a hallucination. Yet despite the rising tide of fear within you, there's an odd sense of relief that cuts through it. A moment later, your voice returns. Oscar, please help me. There's something in this forest following me. I felt like I was being watched since the beginning of my journey, but I thought I was imagining things. But it already attacked Rudolph. Look at him, he's lying there covered in blood. It could come back any moment. His Oscar's long hunting boots punched through the snow. You lift your gaze to him. Yet, despite everything you've just said, he doesn't seem concerned at all. Instead, under the moonlight, his smirk becomes even more pronounced. My dear, I can understand why you're so excited to see me, but I have no idea what nonsense you're sponsoring. If you're done with your greeting, get up early. You hesitate for a moment before taking his outstretched hand. There is no other choice, as he pulls you up with a force stronger than you expected. Now that you're standing closer, you can get a better look at his face, especially his eyes. Despite the nonchalance in his voice, you realize he's carefully studying you. Good, you didn't hit your head anywhere. For a second, you almost had me worried. You try to calm yourself, but your voice still comes out fast and frantic. Oscar, are you listening to me? I'm serious. Look at Rudolph. You stop mid-sentence as your eyes fall on Rudolph, realizing something horrifying. The pool of blood surrounding him is gone, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Just like what happened at the cemetery and in the bathroom. Oscar, noticing your silence, crouches beside the man lying in the snow. Rudolph? I'm sure his name was something ridiculous like Tristan. Whatever. Oh crap, he's not dead. I thought you had finally decided to get rid of him and brought him to my estate to bury him. The mind comes to a complete halt. You don't know what to think anymore. The only thing you're certain of is that Rudolph is your priority. Please stop joking and help me figure out what's wrong with him. Do I look like a doctor to you, darling? Despite his exasperated tone, Oscar sets his rifle aside and checks Rudolph's pulse before turning him onto his side to examine him. It doesn't take long to realize that this man is not your butler. Oh, another white-haired man. Your preferences truly leave me speechless, dear. Looks like he's just passed out. Though if he stays like this much longer, he'll freeze to death. Even though your mind is full of questions, Oscar's words bring a small relief in the middle of her butched drumming. You eagerly speak up. My carriage is nearby. We can carry him there. For a brief moment, the mockery in Oscar's eyes dims. My dear, may I remind you, I'm your fiancé and not your servant. You must be confusing me with someone else. Alright, let's go ahead and start begging. Your fiancé's face momentarily betrays his displeasure, but his voice retains its usual mocking tone. You know, you don't wear begging well. You should have known that a remark like this wouldn't face him. Still determined to stand your ground, you ignore him and kneel beside Rudolph. Wait! I don't know where he retrieves his rifle he had placed on the ground and takes a few steps away from him. Ah! A sudden flash of fire pierces the darkness, followed by the deafening crack of gunpowder. It doesn't take much to realize he just fired a shot to signal his location. It's in the shadows surrounding you stir, followed by the sound of approaching voices. Did you get Oscar? Was it a big deer? Want to see for yourself? It's lying right over there. As the first shadow emerges into the moonlight, you recognize the man's face from the lavish parties you've attended. But now in the forest gloom, he looks vastly different. His features are tense with urgency. Bloody hell! Did you shoot a man? I needed help getting rid of the body. The tense silence lasts only for a few moments before Oscar's lips curl into that signature twisted smile. You're too easy to fool, you know. It's not even funny anymore. And as Oscar's hunting party reaches you, you finally learn where your missing coachman had been. One of the approaching figures stepped forward, his outline illuminated by the lances glowing, and you recognize him instantly. By the time you got the horses free, it was already too dark. Continuing on would have been too dangerous. When I heard the gunshot, I thought Lord Oscar might be out hunting. Since Rudolph wasn't familiar with Lord Oscar's men, I went to ask for help. He insisted he wouldn't leave her side. Can't understand how he could be so reckless. Since Rudolph remains unconscious, there's no way to get an answer. As you make your way back to the carriage, the glare of lanterns held by Oscar's men fails to reveal any traces of the red stain that had led you to Rudolph. Instead of easing your fear, this only makes it worse. If it was all in your head, then how did you manage to find Rudolph? And there's not a single trace of him left behind. And why is the carriage door open? Did you forget to close it? Did the wind blow it open? Or had the shadow been here? Had it looked inside to find you? A fresh wave of fear washes over you. Even now you still feel like you're being watched. As long as you remain in this forest, you doubt you'll ever be free of that feeling. Even as a child, a single glance at the woods beyond your bedroom window had been enough to send chills down your spine. Now you vow to keep the curtains tightly shut on every future journey. Once inside the carriage, your gaze drifts to Rudolph, bundled up in thick blankets and fast asleep in the corner. And you can't help but recall that vivid crimson stillborn blood. From outside, you hear Oscar's deep voice carrying over the hushed whispers of his hunting party. Edgar, show the coachman the shortcut to our estate, if the poor horses catch their breath. This little rescue mission has exhausted me. I'll be riding inside the carriage with my future spouse. Without delay, the carriage door swings open, letting in the cold night air as Oscar steps inside. The crimson of his hair and clothes unsettles you, but you try to ignore it. And of course, you already know he will bypass Rudolph entirely and sit beside you. Bracing yourself for discomfort, you clench as close to the window as possible, hoping to put as much space between you as the narrow seats allows. As you notice your step to retreat, yet despite settling into his seat with his unusual nonchalance, he does not close the distance. Over a courtesy, or perhaps a sort of confirmation of the distance that has grown between you lately. As the carriage lurches forward again, you close your eyes, willing the rest of this cursed journey to pass quickly. But then, the rustle of the food basket, a sharp crunch. Oscar has found an apple and wasted no time biting into it. And then, predictably, his voice ever relenting, fills the carriage once more. He must have forgotten that his mouth never ceases to work. What a comfortable little carriage. There are blankets, a well-stocked food basket, and even some ridiculous book of necromancy. Though personally I would prefer a more thrilling and pleasurable pastime. The eyes snap open, sharp with warning. Oscar meets your gaze with an expression so innocent it could almost pass for sincere. I only want a conversation, of course. For instance, you still haven't told me that what you are doing on my land so late at night, my dear. A part of you concedes that, given his aid in this situation, a little gratitude might be warranted. I assumed you would have figured that out. I was on my way to Red Heart Manor for your dinner invitation. For the first time, true surprise flickers across Oscar's face. I don't recall inviting you to dinner. In fact, I don't recall hosting a dinner at all. Just a quiet meal with a few relatives and friends as usual. Now it's your turn to be caught off guard. I didn't know that. I received a letter bearing your family seal, written and signed by you. Signed by you? Okay. Signed by you. Of course, you conveniently skip over the part where the heroine doesn't match his. The realization that this entire journey may have been for nothing gnaws at you. You fix your gaze on him, waiting for a reaction. But Oscar merely takes another exaggerated bite of his apple, then without an ounce of shame, tosses the half-eaten fruit back into the basket. His indifference returns like a well-worn mask. It must have been the steward, which means my mother told him to. You know how the old woman is. Half the time, even I can't make sense of what she's up to. Lady Diana, Oscar's mother, is a formidable outfit in her own right, the true ruler of Red Heart Manor and its lands. Though you know that Oscar has taken full control due to her declining health, how long that will last remains uncertain. Naturally, as a devoted fiancé, I would never have subjected my delicate and ailing betrothed to such an exhausting journey. Had I known. Nothing to be concerned about. Despite his exaggerated relief, the look in his eyes tells you he doesn't believe a word of it. Oh, you have no idea how comforting that is to hear. And you do look perfectly fine now, my dear. Still, as a concerned fiancé, I could never allow you or your men to set out on another journey tonight. And here we are. Welcome to Red Heart, my dear. With a smooth pull of the curtain, Oscar reveals the grand silhouette of the manor perched atop the hill, its spires and chimneys back against the snow-filled sky. The sight swallows your doubts. The shortcut was real. You finally reach the end of your journey. Red Heart Manor greets you not with silence but with warmth. The moment you step inside, a wave of golden light and heat envelops you. The grand hall is lavishly lit and perfectly heated, chasing off the bite of the forest cold that still clings to your sleeves. Compared to the desolate hours spent among snow-choked trees, this place feels like a hidden sanctuary carved out of the winter's jaws. You can almost feel your shoulders drop, tension melting from your spine. The Wonder Red Heart draws visitors in every season. People would seek refuge in such opulence. Of course, for a man of this size, such elegance must come at an exorbitant cost. But judging by the army of servants lining the hall, the owners are concerned with such trivialities. Oscar, by contrast, doesn't even pause to take it in. With the kind of practiced ease only someone raised in excess could manage, he shrugs off his heavy coat and tosses it without looking at it to the waiting arms of a nearby servant. Then, with his usual feline grace, he makes his way toward a woman you recognize, Red Heart's housekeeper, a sharp-featured, stern-looking matron. Congratulations, Chase. You caught it mid-air. You must have been practicing while I was away. You're typically late, aren't you, my dear? Is everything in order? You don't need to ask whether his endearment is reserved solely for you. The housekeeper's stealth expression makes it perfectly clear. Still, you think you catch a hint of warmth in her voice, or perhaps you only wish to. All is well, my lord. Hey, Edgar, stop fiddling with my rival. The only reason you're not a better hunter than me
It's because I'm simply the better hunter. I'm sure you've got some tricks up your sleeve. While Edgar grumbles and hands the weapon over to the waiting footman, your fiancé redirects his attention to the housekeeper. So tell me, darling, how's the old woman? At the mention of old woman, the housekeeper's face threatens to tighten, but she restrains herself to practice grace. You can't help but admire her loyalty to her wicked mistress. Hoping to hear something of Lady Diana's condition, you begin to step forward. Only to have your view suddenly blocked by what must be the largest man you've ever seen, footman judging by the uniform. Fortunately, there is no reason to panic. He has not come for you, but to carry away Rudolph, still unconscious, who is being half dragged by your coachman and one of Oscar's hunting companions. Your gaze lingers on the wrong servant, still slumped and motionless. Pretty close, tight in your chest, followed swiftly by curiosity. He needs to see a doctor without delay. There's no visible injury, but we can't know what happened in the force. He must have struck his head or eaten something poisonous. Though the halting servant appears to be listening, he offers no response. You're entirely sure he even understood you. You're just about to speak again when Oscar cuts in, answering on his behalf. Stop alarming him with all those orders, darling. Red Heart has his own doctor. Though honestly, I can't say he's done much beyond handing out anticides to my guest. Still, thanks to your boy, we'll get to put his skills to the test. Despite Oscar's dismissive tone, the knowledge that there's a physician on the premises brings a flicker of relief. As the massive servant lifts Rudolph onto his back, it dawns on you. He doesn't respond to your voice or any voice at all. He acts solely on order already given. He must be both deaf and mute. You don't know how things are typically run at Red Heart, but you can't help finding this a rather unusual arrangement. Turning your thoughts away from the unsettling man, you look towards your coachman. Please don't leave Rudolph's side, not even for a moment. If he wakes, inform me at once. Of course, my lady. You needn't worry about him. I managed to do it right the first time. Goodness me. But the coachman hurries off behind the hulking servant, vanishing quickly from view. Your gaze inevitably drifts to the corner where Oscar stands and meets his. You try to remain composed, wondering how he reacts to a gesture that so clearly betrays your lack of trust. Yet to your surprise, your fiancé chooses to ignore it entirely and simply smiles. Come here, darling. How is my poor housekeeper supposed to serve this many people if she's not even aware of who's coming and going? Have you ever seen this uninvited guest before, Demona? In contrast to Oscar's mocking tone, the housekeeper tilts her head respectfully as her approach. I had the chance to see her from afar during the ball last summer, when your engagement was first announced, my lord. We shall do everything in our power to make your stay as pleasant as possible, my lady. I have no doubt. Thank you. I'm not sure whether your words are even heard. Oscar is too busy laughing at himself. Demona, what a sharp memory you have. When I found her in the middle of the forest, I couldn't even remember her name, so I spent the entire ride calling her darling. You hesitate? The eyes and ears of every servant and every member of the hunting party has turned towards you. Whether you respond and put him in his place becomes a question in itself. So I suppose it's a acceptable way to treat me. The dullness in your voice dulls the warmth of your words, something Oscar clearly picks up on, judging by the humorless smile that curves his lips. We're getting married in a week, and that's the first kind of thing I've ever heard from you. I'm not quite sure whether I should be pleased or disheartened. Your visit urged to correct him 8 days, not 7. But of course, you don't say that out loud, not here, not in front of everyone. As your silence settles between you, broken only by Oscar's sudden command echoing sharply across the hall. His tone unmistakably authoritative this time. Or haven't the kills been taken to the kitchen yet? Why is Agate still fiddling with my rifles? Am I feeding the village worth of people here for nothing? For the first time in a long while, you feel it, his pheromones faint but unmistakably present, stirring in the air like an unforeseen fog. Your heart lurches before you even realize what's happening. And overwhelming, but they are far from ineffective. The entire hall seems to stir at once, spurred into motion. And while the betters around you obey blindly, blissfully unaware of the influence glowing in their heads, you and Omega know better. Unfortunately, that doesn't make you immune.
No matter how much you reason with yourself, something primal rises inside you, a murmur of submission, of guilt, a trembling impulse to appease Alfie whispers please. Words that Alphys happens to be your fiance. But as an unmaiden omega of your standing, you're expected to resist all such signals, even his. Fortunately, your training kicks in before instinct can win. You manage to turn away, calm and composed, and face the housekeeper as though nothing had happened. The journey has exhausted me. Could you show me a room where I can rest? Of course, my lady. I've had a guest room in the west wing prepared for you. The fire has been lit. If you wish, I can personally escort you there. You offer the stern woman a grateful smile, nodding her agreement. And in the moment, you're certain she knew about the invitation. She must have, and she prepared for your arrival in advance. And as you began to stare along the housekeeper, your fiance's woman's voice rings out behind you, catching up with startling ease. The east wing room, one placed in the room in the east wing. The housekeeper's eyes narrow in visible disapproval at the change, but she does not dare object. In your place on the steps, you can see Obscure's expression, but its voice dripping with mockery reaches you all the same. I wouldn't want my beloved future spouse deprived of her usual silence. You know how the west wings become indistinguishable from the school dormitory these days. You know the west wing is, in addition to the main building, is filled with newer, more comfortable rooms. The east wing, by contrast, is older. Praised having lived in one of the oldest manors in the region yourself, this is hardly something you complain about. Still, you can't help but suspect that this sudden change is Oscar's attempt at some sort of punishment. There's no, okay, goodness me. There's no question in your mind that these motives lie somewhere far from genuine concern for your comfort. Regardless, you can neither read its mind nor openly oppose him. So instead, you follow the housekeeper deeper into the matter. When you arrive at the room where they will spend the night, you see that red-hot sense of opulence continues unabated here as well. The bed, linens, curtains, wardrobes, everything in the room has been chosen with an unmistakable sense of care and expense. Yet despite the pristine condition, nothing quite manages to conceal how old they truly are. I want to see something really quickly. No, I just want to move backwards, move over some. I don't think that, we'll figure it out. It's gonna be one more thing that, like, the last question, I think. Maybe. Let me see here. This is the carriage. This is downstairs. And this here. I think we've about made it to the same place. Let me see here. Let's skip a little bit. Yep. We have no status today any longer. Okay, so I don't know how to get his. I'm assuming. Let me see here. Let me see here. Maybe it's something. It said it was. I don't know. I want to see. Because I really want Tristan CG. The winter pattern. Let's see here. I see. Okay. Sorry. I went to go do a little walk there to figure out what I did wrong. Alright, so it says, so I was on the right path. I was on the right path when we were not here. When we were here. So it's this one first. Well, we're kind of skip through this really quickly. So there's no need for this. We're just gonna slide through this really quickly to catch up. I think that's about right. As time passes, you hear the every creak of the wrought iron gates surrounding the estate's grounds. The sound signals the end of your journey. Descending from the carriage, you can latch your bag tightly. Hidden beneath the handkerchief lies the crimson lily you found at the grave. The dark silhouette of the manor greets you with all its gleam in the middle of the white landscape. Even though this has disturbed you since childhood, you cannot deny that over the years it has intentionally bound you to this place. When your fiancé expressed his desire to live here after your marriage, enjoying the manor's atmosphere, it was one of the few decisions you made together. Due to its age and size, the manor has never been adequately warm or well lit. Still, as you step inside, the familiar sense of comfort and security relaxes you. Your maid Daisy hurries over with quick steps to help you out of your thick hour. So what happens is it's like there's a specific amount of triggers that you need in order to get to the specific cutscene. And apparently the last one that I did it. 1, 2, 3. One more. I gotta check just really quickly. Make sure I'm on the right track. Okay. I'm on the right track. I want to make sure that I'm not about to replay this and waste everyone's time. My bad. Okay, anyway. Your maid Daisy hobbies over with quick steps to help you out of the thick outerwear. She looks at you with a warm expression as if seeking forgiveness for some unspoken guilt. Shall I prepare your bath? You decide to set aside the topic of a new maid for now. Yes, please. As you climb the stairs, you overhear Tristan giving her instructions. Make sure the bath is properly heated. Also bring chamomile tea with honey and lemon. Without a single protest, Daisy bows to him in a manner she is clearly accustomed to, and the flicker of rebellion ignites with you. However, it extinguishes as soon as you step into the corridor. At the top of the stairs, you head to your room. You are too tired to challenge the established order of the manor, but the fatigue that has been intensifying in recent days, robbing you of restful sleep. It feels as if every step you take tightens invisible chains, weighing you down, forcing you to stop. You try to tell yourself this is just wedding stress. At least you don't have a more reasonable explanation for it. Not yet. The oppressive silence of the manor, filled only with the sound of crackling firewood and distant footsteps, is soon suddenly interrupted by the creak of a door. Your eyes quickly find your maid, who has appeared at the entrance. The bath is ready, my lady. Thank you. I'm coming. As you step into the bathroom, the stifling heat envelops you. It's much warmer and more humid than usual. Steam rises from the water in the tub, filling the room with a pale glow and fogging the windows out of the top of the bathroom. How is the temperature, my lady? You want to ask her to open the window, but the warmth quickly surrounds you, spreading to every corner of your body. It's fine. I'm glad. The butler mentioned you stayed outside for quite some time. This will do you some good. With Daisy's help, you managed to easily slip out of your clothes. With Daisy's help, the ties of your clothes loosen and fall away. In a short time, a pile of fabric forms at your feet, and you can feel the heat directly on your bare skin. Since it's still light outside, I don't think you need many candles. Daisy lights a few candles quickly, then turns to gather the pile of the book of clothes. Would you like me to assist you while you bathe, my lady? Naked and vulnerable, you suppress the chill that rises within you and move toward the tub. No need, Daisy. Thank you. Don't forget to drink your tea. The closing door echoes in the room as Daisy parts. Slowly lowering your body into the warm water, you sink entirely into the tub. At that moment, the pleasant and refreshing aroma from the side of the tub catches your attention. We're going to drink the tea. Despite the tart taste filling your mouth with this first sip, you keep drinking. Now, the thing is that this choice does not actually coincide with the next one to unlock the CG. You're amazed at how well Tristan seems to know exactly what you need. Soon, an odd sense of joy fills your mind. It feels as if all the invisible chains that weighed you down have snapped one by one. The approaching wetting, the exhaustion of recent days, the wolves howling through the night, the crimson lilies in the cemetery, the snow-white winter, all of it fades into distant memories in your mind. Your entire body is enveloped in a sweet lethargy. Sleep closes your eyes with a pleasant inevitability. You taste peace. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself still in the bathroom, but you can sense something strange even before you see it. At first glance, the only noticeable difference in the absence of daylight filtering through the windows above, placed by shadows cast by the extinguished candles Daisy had lit. You likely dozed off in the tub. The air is so stifling that it's hard to gauge how much time had passed, but you feel the sharp clarity and freshness that comes after the untimely prolonged rest. Just as you're about to sit up and leave the tub, your gaze falls on the dark silhouette by the edge of the tub. It doesn't take long to realize that the shadow is actually a long face with a wide-toothy grin leaning into the bathtub. Fear courses through your veins, pumping adrenaline into every corner of your body. The reverberation of the voice against the walls is unsettling, yet oddly it comforts you. Extending your hand out of the tub, you begin stroking the uninvited guest who had been watching you inappropriately. The creature responds with quick, noisy breaths from its nose, expressing its delight. What are you doing here, Snow? Snow is one of the few things you love about winter. A few years ago, during the incredibly harsh winter, you followed faint, pitiful whimpers outside the manor and found Snowbird in the snow-filled pit on the verge of freezing. Back then, its wet, sparse fur was barely distinguishable from the snow. It has grown thick and glossy. As you run your fingers through its fur, you suddenly realize your hand is wet. You pulled it back. You're soaking wet, Snow. Have you been rolling around in the snow again? While I was gone? This discovery dampens your mood, and you can't help but grumble. How could they let you outside? You can't even count how many times Snow had to slip out to the forest without anyone noticing. There's one thing you remember clearly, it's warning everyone in the manor about this repeatedly. Despite his silence, Snow's large eyes remain fixed on you. Don't look at me like that, Snow. The wild wolves in the forest could tear you apart. As you move your hand away from the tub's edge, you notice the trail it leaves behind. Thick, dark droplets slowly distorts the handprints, and you realize that the substance coating Snow's fur isn't melted snow. Your anger quickly gives way to another emotion. Snow, I can't believe this. What happened to you? An enigmatic expression dominates Snow's shadow face, devoid of pain. Your gaze instinctively shifts from him to yourself. That's when you realize the truth. The mark don't come from Snow. They come from you. The tub you've been sitting in is filled with blood. No, your first scream is filled with more shock than fear. No matter how many times you open and close your eyes, the reality before you doesn't change. This can't be. Because so much blood come from me. You're absolutely certain you don't feel any pain. You're not injured. You need to get out of the tub immediately. But despite the clarity of your mind, your body refuses to move, frozen like a corpse. And that is the final blow to your control. Help! Daisy! Snow's sharp teeth suddenly clamp down on your bare arm, igniting a new wave of panic. No, Snow, stop, please. Instead of pain or burning, you feel only pressure of Snow's powerful jaws tighten around your arm. With surprising strength, he manages to drag you out of the tub. Snow, let me go. If you want to help me, go outside and get someone. No matter what you say, you can't stop him. The The liquid from the tub spills into the floor as you're pulled out. You feel the sticky blood adhering your body to the ground like glue. Crying, screaming, you have no other option.
Please, someone come here. Isn't anyone there?
Snow nudges you a few times with his paws before abandoning his efforts. He circles around you in strange patterns, letting out low, agonized ones. The stiffness and coldness enveloping the body and the blood-filled tub, your unheard cries and Snow's pain howls ignite one single thought in your heart. As if trying to escape this reality, you let out a final desperate cry. Tristan! Tristan! I don't know if anyone remembered the vines back in like 2014 and 15, I think it is. Like, the good times. Your voice cuts off abruptly. You have no means left to call for help. At the same moment, Snow kicks up his feet, struggling to collapse hopelessly to the floor. In this ensuing silence, you see the shadow in the bathroom multiply, cold darkness and silence. It feels like the beginning of an eternal sleep. However, everything changes in an instant. The sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the mansion fills your ears, and your heart and senses come alive again. As the footsteps rapidly approach it, the door suddenly creaks open with a terrifying screech. My lady, is me. It's a me. Ah. As you wait in silent anticipation, the softness of the towel wrapping your zapped skin reaches you. Only after strong arms lift you effortlessly off the ground. Everything's fine, my lady. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Though it sounds like a command, his words swiftly slip into your mind, silencing the uncontrollable orchestra of fear inside. Suddenly you feel the weight of the breaths you're taking. As the stiffness in your body styles and an involuntary ache spreads to your muscles. A warm shiver runs down your spine from head to toe. What happened here? It's freezing here. My lady, are you alright? The light from the doorway stings your eyes. Even so, you can make out Daisy standing at the door with a lamp in hand, scanning the room in astonishment. The bathtub. The weak sound escapes your parched lips. Hearing you, Tristan turns his gaze to Daisy. Check the bathtub. You see Daisy hesitantly pointing her lamp at the tub without fully understanding what's going on. Oh, all the water has spilled out of the tub, and it's gone cold. Water? The realization reignites everything you thought had calmed inside. This time, you're sure it wasn't a hallucination. No, impossible. Just put me down. Just amber eyes narrowing suspicion. My lady, I said put me down. Let's still give us a yell. I'll check the bathtub myself. Let me go. Your impatient outburst draws startled whispers, making you aware of the spectators in the doorway. If everyone in the manor could hear you, why did it take them so long to arrive? Deciding to leave that question for later, you focus on the moment. Tristan finally replies, slowly sending you down from his arms. You take timid steps towards the bathtub determined, and handing you the lamp, Daisy murmurs hesitantly, "What's the matter, my lady? Did you see a mouse?" Ignoring her, you firmly direct the lamp's light at the bathtub. But even before you do, the faint glimmer reflecting from the floor proves that only water has spilled from the tub. Looking inside confirms the same. The blood that had filled the tub just moments ago, not even a trace remains. So everything that just happened was nothing more than another, no matter how vivid and terrifying it felt, refuse to believe it. Tristan's calm but stern voice breaks the silence. Yet assigning once a task that requires standing idly at the door? Am I mistaken? The shadows at the doorway quickly scatters as his tone softens slightly, directed at you. You must have had a nightmare, my lady. I think you're right. Please don't be upset. It must have been caused by the sudden change in temperature. Despite the dim light, you can discern the hardening lines on Tristan's face. Like leaving there, luckily, then I aimed at you. How could you leave my lady alone in the bath for so long? You weren't even aware the fire had gone out. Under Tristan's icy gaze, the poor servant's face turns crimson. I just never leave my lady alone under any circumstances. Well, you need to find yourself a new job, a new place to work. I'm butchering all these lines. What are you waiting for? Take her to her room immediately. Help her dry off and get dressed. I'm sure she has been hurt. Not wanting to stay a moment longer in this unsettling place, you hurry to leave. Just as you're about to step out of the room, one of the shadows in the corner moves and lunges at you. You stare at your dog in disbelief, wondering how it managed to stay still and silent in the bathroom until now. Daisy, afraid of upsetting Tristan further, tries to pull Snow away from you. Now's not the time, Snow. Get away immediately. It never listens. Bad dog. Wait, Daisy.
Grabbing a nearby towel, he crouched down to Snow under Daisy's astonished gaze and started drying its fur. Did Snow go outside while I was away? Question catches Daisy off guard. No, my lady. As Tristan approaches, you see her lower her head anxiously, unable to say more. You're certain she's hiding something. Still, you don't want to interrogate in front of Tristan or prolong the tension of the evening. But just then you notice a dark stain on the towel in your hand. With a momentary hesitation, you lift your gaze to Tristan, whose expression, oddly enough, reassures you. At least this time, you're sure it's not your imagination. Not now. Snow starts panting excitedly again, looking at you intently as if trying to tell you something. Yet despite the insistence in his large, bright eyes, he can't convey his message. Tristan's shadow leans over him, shrouding him in darkness. Don't worry, my lady. It seems Snow isn't injured. The blood must have come from somewhere else. His brows furrow as he turns his gaze to Daisy. I told you countless times not to give him blood to raw meat, haven't I? You know, it's one of Tristan's rules to tame Snow. He already looks wilder than any ordinary dog. Do you believe there isn't an ounce of savagery in Snow? You'll never oppose Tristan in this matter, especially since he's always claimed Snow was unsuitable for life in the manor. It must have been the kitchen staff who gave it to him. I don't know anything. True, my lady. Daisy's fleeting gaze is hard to ignore. Okay, so this is what I messed up on. I decided to scold the butler, but I'm supposed to do this one. Tristan hesitates briefly before stepping back in a rush. Of course, forgive me for keeping you waiting, my lady. You can rest assured that such confusion will never happen in the matter again. As you retreat to your room, Daisy carefully dries and dresses you, but your thought remains a tangled mess. You barely follow her words as she continues, her gaze filled with gratitude, never leaving you. Believe me, my lady, I came as soon as I heard your voice. I just wanted to tidy your belongings while you were bathing. I noticed one of your perfumes was almost empty, so I went downstairs to send a servant to order one new one. You know, the wedding is approaching and everything must be perfect. Daisy gently rubs ointment over the bruises on your back and legs caused by your fall on the bathroom's hard floor. As for the strong bite Snow left in your arm, there isn't a single mark. You could have guessed Snow wouldn't do such a thing, now peacefully curled up and sleeping near the roaring fireplace. Catching your gaze on the dog, Daisy immediately speaks up. I had nothing to do with the bloody meal, my lady. Bloody meal? I mean the blood on Snow. Maybe he slipped outside and caught a rabbit or something. I'd never go against Tristan's or rather your orders. You know, at least in this matter, she isn't lying, or more precisely, can't lie. Thank you, Daisy. Since Daisy is taking these remarks more seriously than usual due to the approaching wedding, you wait for her to finish her work so you can be alone. Either way, you try to process everything that happened during the day. After all, you need to make a decision eventually. First, the blood-stained lilies in the cemetery, the blood-filled bathtub. They're quite different from the hallucinations you've experienced before. That's why finding a solution doesn't seem as easy as you would hoped. If the crimson lily in the cemetery was really dragged from another grave, the Snow just stole raw meat from the kitchen. And what am I even thinking? Of course, that must be what happened. And try to push these nonsensical thoughts aside and focus on the upcoming wedding and the details demanding your attention, but before long, sleep overtakes you. In the middle of the night, you slip out from beneath your heavy blankets, unsure of what woke you. You approach the window beside the bed and peer outside. The dark forest, starting where the high garden walls end, is clothed in an eerie stillness and silence tonight. None of the wolf howls that filled the recent nights reach your ears now. Stepping away from the window, you gaze returns to your room, warm and brightly lit by the crackling fireplace. I should have access to the approach option now. Daisy insistent on not leaving you alone, sits peacefully in the chair by the fireplace, her head resting against its back. Snow curled up at her feet shares the same tranquility. Despite the nightmares you experienced in the bathroom, you desperately need a peaceful sleep you found there. You're still thinking of something that could help you achieve it. Consider what might help you and think of chamomile tea as the best option. At least for now, a hot bath is out of the question. Not wanting to disturb Daisy's sleep, you decide to head to the kitchen. So when there is bound to be a way prepared for the day ahead, this work in the kitchen starts earlier than the rest of the manor. Wrapping yourself in the robe,
You slip quietly into the hallway. The oppressive atmosphere of the manor combined with the chill and silence of the night feels overwhelming. You quicken your pace as you descend the stairs and head towards the kitchen. But despite the lit lamps and the boiling pot on the stove, the kitchen is empty. Your steps almost instinctively lead you to the other side of the kitchen, to the open door leading to the corridor where the storage rooms are located. In the dark hallway, you easily spot the only door ajar, light spilling through its gap. However, the sounds coming from inside don't perhaps warn you against approaching. The only thing that you're certain of is that Tristan is there. Yes! I can approach now. You've never been one to intrude into the private lives of your staff, but when it comes to Tristan, curiosity and another emotion you can't quite read quickly takes a hold of you. Even though you know it's wrong, you can't stop yourself. You approach the brightly lit room as quietly as possible and steal a glance through the slightly open door. Hello? Okay, this isn't exactly what I was expecting, but okay. Tristan stands in the center of the room, directly in the path of the light. However, instead of his usual impeccable posture, his body leans towards a man kneeling on the floor. It's a most likely. You notice the white gloved fingers grip a whip tightly, and you start to regret your disobedience. Oh, go figure it's right. Everyone's scared of him. My guy out here bringing back the 1960s. But do you need a harsher punishment? You notice the serpent's clothes are disheveled, and his face is clearly bruised. For a moment, you forget to breathe. The serpent stops pleading in a way that sounds almost like a groan. I regret it. I deeply regret it. I'll never do it again. Never, ever. Please forgive me. Trisha straightens up and begins pacing impatiently around the table. And you manage to make out the silhouette of the other servants on the other side extending the room. They remain silent, their trembling breaths the only sound as they try to stay out of Tristan's way. I know your kind well. You don't deserve even the slightest bit of mercy. Tristan suddenly pauses, shifting his gaze from the servant on the floor to scan the room. Cold chilling smiles spread across his face, one you've never seen before. Discipline requires great patience and punishment. My guy isn't doing this a little too much. Hold on. I can't tell who's worse. Oscar, he was just a douche, or Tristan, who was into like this BDSM thing. Cause hello. Lucky for you, I have plenty of both. As he finishes speaking, his yellow eyes turn into your direction, and for a moment it feels as though his gaze meets yours, and I'm heading out. Bye. In a panic, you step back from the door and retreat a few paces. Your mind races, torn between running away and staying put, but Tristan's authoritative voice reaches your ears once more. Tonight is not the night. Tonight. Okay, let me stop. Your heart pounds with an odd tension as you make a quick decision and hurry back to the kitchen. You remind yourself that disciplining the staff is part of Tristan's duty as the butler of the man. Yet there was something in his demeanor, aggressive, ruthless, savage even, that you've never seen in all the 5 years you've known him. Now you'll no longer question why Daisy is so afraid of him and shows him such respect, or why she insisted on staying with you tonight. Your maid, now asleep in the warmth of her room, oblivious to everything, is doing the best she can. You feel like you should ignore everything too, at least for now. Heading towards the stairs to return to your room, the sound of whistling behind you. I would have been contemplating, like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. So like, my guy went live, rat, live, rat, live, rat, like, no, I'd be like, that's crazy. Anyway, I'm just gonna like, oh my gosh, the survival instinct is not there. My lady, is something the matter? You are the matter. Oh, it's so deep they had to cut the music. His composed demeanor starkly contrasts with the unsettling scene you just witnessed, and you swallow nervously. I just wanted some chamomile tea to help me sleep, but I couldn't find anyone in the kitchen. You wonder if he realizes you were watching him. His face betrays nothing, leaving your effort to read him futile. My lady, for such matters, simply ring the bell in your room. There's no need for you to trouble yourself coming all this way. Allow me to prepare your tea and bring it to your room. Very well. When you return to your room, everything is just as you left it. Daisy and Snow continues to sleep undisturbed, Unable to contain your restlessness, you sit at the edge of the bed. You try to distract yourself by reading a few lines from the book on your nightstand, hoping to erase the scene from the kitchen pantry from your mind, but it's no use. Your thoughts fixate on one undeniable truth. Tristan is not the person you thought you'd known for the past 5 years. Just then a soft knock at the door startles you. Still you respond in a calm voice. Come in. Tristan enters with a carefully arranged tray and closes the door behind him. His brows furrowing momentarily as he glances at Daisy, his expression hardening in a way that would surely frighten her if she were awake. But as he approaches you, the harshness fades. You sense something different. His usual cold, serious demeanor softens ever so slightly. Your tea, my lady. As you reach for the steaming cup, he moves first, causing you to flinch involuntarily. If you will allow me, I'll call it for you first. You don't hurt yourself. Oh, we're still being a gentleman. Of course. Tristan brings the cup to his lips, blowing gently to disperse the steam. You can't stop your gaze from drifting to his mouth. Okay, I'm still gonna say the same thing. Like, I was feeling Oscar, but this one right here, Tristan just does something. You don't understand. It just does something. His lips are rough, firm, yet oddly alluring. Captures your attention. It's ready, my lady. Snap yourself out of your foolish thoughts. You take the cup from him and sip the tea. Sweeter than the one you had in the bath, but you don't mind. You focus all your attention on the warm tea in your hand. Try to ignore the imposing figure standing behind you. It's not easy. If the tea doesn't help, I can suggest other methods to ease your sleeplessness. Like what? Startled, you meet his gaze. What sort of methods? A slow, unfamiliar smile spreads across his face. I think it's best to discuss that after you finish your tea, my lady. Stop. A warm shiver courses through you as you take another sip. His intense, deliberate gaze never leaving you. You try not to act hastily, not wanting to reveal how curious you are about the other method. Girl, not being desperate. Finally, you place the empty cup back on the tray. What are these other methods? Instead of answering, Tristan leans closer, making your heart race uncontrollably. You know it. His face is. Imagine Daisy wakes up. Before you know it, his face and his unnaturally bright eyes are just inches from yours. You can feel the warmth of his breath in your skin. There's only a slight distance left for his lips to touch yours, but Tristan doesn't close that gap. He maintains the distance. His voice deeper than usual, brushing against your ears. With your permission. It's giving Megami. With these summons, I summon. I don't know how he says it in the English version, but he summoned Maharaga. I'm sorry. He runs his glove thumb along the bottom lip, wiping away the wetness you hadn't noticed until now. His deliberate, gentle touch carries no apparent malice. Still, you can feel your face burn and a heat pulling low in your stomach. Whatever you're feeling, it's wrong. You're engaged. You're going to be married soon. Tristan, as if aware of the whirlwind of emotions you're feeling, removes his hand from your face and whispers softly before standing up. I can read to you until you fall asleep, my lady. You try to hide your disappointment and avert your gaze. Thank you, Tristan. I think the tea will be more than enough. Why did you choose a bedtime story, my brother? Tristan gives a slight nod and head towards the door to leave. But as he reaches the door, he pauses for a moment and looks back at you one last time. Always at your service, my lady. Whatever and whenever you want. Okay, so. There's nothing else hidden. So we're going to kind of, I guess, save. We're going to save this in the last one. And head to the main menu. So that is the winter wedding. I have found all the endings and the CGs, which I'll probably cut this VOD up just a slight bit. Either that or I'll just leave it on. Who knows? But yeah, that was the entirety of the winter wedding. We either slip down the stairs and knock ourselves to the afterlife, end up getting our carriage taken down by, I don't even know if that's Hunters. I'm pretty sure it's Hunters by Oscar. Or fall into a ditch and injure ourselves. That's fun. But yeah, I'm Tristan. I'm still with Tristan. But anyway, it's not even tomorrow. I've been playing this for 4 hours. So no. What we'll be doing tomorrow? Ish. It will be. Reverse 1990. No, Withering Waves should be. Withering Waves should be up next. So, we'll be doing Withering Waves, then Reverse 1990. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead to sleep because I should have a few hours before I get to work. Priorities are non-existent. Nonetheless, thank you all who decided to come and travel on this very long journey of me actually completing the whole demo from start to finish with all the endings. I still have mixed feelings about Oscar. But yeah, I'm gonna upload this VOD because I know that it doesn't hold very long to Twitch. So it's gonna be on my YouTube for whoever wants to view it. And hooray! We got everything. Anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and close out for the night. Thank you all who decided to come. And I hope I see y'all tomorrow or in 12 hours or something. Anyway, at 12 a.m. And hopefully we can have a fun moment. Until next time, I hope I'll be able to find a very good visual novel next Thursday, Friday. It's Friday. Next Friday. Until next time. Bye-bye.